Where you been? Now I'm back, let's bump that. Got a phantom in my hand, I'll clutch that. Get an agent on flank, got a loop back. Shall we simmer on down with a 5-step? Where we been? I don't know, going downtown. Got the city lights singing like a ghost town. Got the body frags hiding all spooked out. Cause we got radiant night, you better bow down. Now whoa, you from Omega with the oh no. I'm with the alpha and you know, don't make that ticket spike sound. Put that away, you'll hurt yourself. Be an anchor, let it all come your way. We got plenty for you, boy. Just say we got sheriffs, so sorry-eyed boys. Got the banner high, gone to the banner well. Who's there? Know this. When my back's against the wall, all the mirrors will dissolve. Bring the heat, bring it on. Watch me ignite. Down like dominoes. I'ma take you out with another spike drop. Overheated, but I love to lock and load. I hear the echo, I hear the echo. Bang bang, run it back. Team with the versatile, ta-ta-ta-ta all day. Enough with the chit chat, steady with the one tab. I'ma set it off, just wait. Oh, eres la omega con la oh no. Sabe que la alfa soy yo. Go, vete, vuelve cuando no estoy así. Desapareció. Oh, como piensa que no traigo la peña, las de sheriff de lo. Llama al chatarrero que se va a hacer rico de lo que dejaré ti por el suelo. When my back's against the wall, all the mirrors will dissolve. Bring the heat, bring it on. Watch me ignite it.
run until I barely feel my feet. Wanna see it through my own eyes. There's no going back, and I'm not afraid anymore. Cause I know I'm gonna be the last one standing. Yeah, I'm not afraid anymore. Yeah, I don't wanna wait anymore. I'm ready to fall, I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. I'll run blind straight into the flames. Watch me burn, alone in the shadows. I'll carry you home on my back. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down. See that I'm surrounded by predators. It's critical, they got me in my element. It's dirty how you trying to keep it elegant. Keep my eyes open wide when everyone around me is an enemy. See my life cross my eyes. I'm ready to fall, I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down. Too bad you can't take me down. You can't take me down. I'm ready to fall, I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. I'll run blind straight into the flames. Watch me burn, alone in the shadows. I'll carry you home on my back. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down.
Looking at the world from the eye of the horse. If you Alexander the Great, then I am the Porus. Coming straight from the mud like I am a lotus. So हाथियों का बल कैसे सकेगा तू मुझे रोका? देख तू कैसे मैं लड़ूं, तुम लोगों से ऐसे ना डरूं. करूं मैं जिससे मैं तरुण, पानी पे चलूं मैं जिससे मैं वरुण. चाहे मैं जीऊं या मरूं, जो करना चाहूं मैं वही तो करूं. आता है तू ना करीब, तू बेटी चीप, जब तक कटे ना तेरी ये जीप. Better believe you're gonna bleed. Pick up a seat, get in your team. I'm the king of kings, brother in arms in a battle. You all gonna die if you act like a vandal. Bring the realm to reality from every angle. This is the public service announcement from Mumbai to the rest of the world. I am a Raja. I am the Raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना. तू मेरी तरफ आना. आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाजा ना. ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना. 'Cause I am the Raja. 'Cause I am the Raja. I am the. 'Cause I am the Raja. I am the. 'Cause I am the Raja. Look in my eyes, what do you see? I'm more than average, man. I'm a maverick, I can grow flowers on a barren land. Break a mountain with my bare hands and step back and cause a literal avalanche. Should have been traveling. अष्टभुजाएं मेरी जैसा मैं टरेंचुला ना है कोई तोड़ मेरा जब से पूर्वजों का ज्ञान मिला मेरे जैसा मिलेगा कोई ना तू और चाहे जो भी था सबकी कबर मैंने खोदी क्या तुम लगाओगे बोलियां कम पड़े गोलियां चंद्रगुप्त ने मौर्य या दिला तू लोरियां come to me and you just gonna die that's really a given I am invincible and you are invisible see that's really a difference get out of my way I'll leave the world the choice is yours I don't kill my enemies I play with them that's what the toys are for from Mumbai to the rest of the world I am the Raja भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना तू मेरी तरफ आना आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाजा ना ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना
Nothing was meant to meet. Distance kept things apart. This is the moment where everything shifts. What are you afraid of?
Yesterday, we witnessed our challengers stepped into the arena against the VCT EMEA Titans for the first time. Today, we raise the stakes and new contenders arrive. We are more than ready to run it back. Hello and welcome everyone to day 2 of EMEA Clash. I am your host, Kumquat, and back on the desk with me is Jude.
Hello, Kim. I hope you're good. I'm quite excited for today's games. I feel like yesterday's games were amazing, and we're running up against even better games for tonight.
Yesterday was just incredible. What I cannot even say, and the games that we did not see on broadcast were even crazier. I think we will have the opportunity to talk about it a little bit later, but Stallions had like 3 hours encounter. It's just crazy. And yeah, the clash tier 1s against tier 2, I really loved it.
Yes, it was quite fun. We saw Stallions yesterday at the back of house. They were amazing games, and let's not forget Focus as well. They did amazing, and I'm more than ready to see them today on stream. Are you?
Yes, definitely. I think it's gonna be amazing. Yes, we will see Stallions and Focus today, but we will talk about this a little bit later, because before we move on to the schedule, we will look at our exclusive EMEA Clash side event, which is the second Clash. So, well, each team, we selected a special clip with one of their best recent plays, and during each map, you will be able to vote and decide which team has the best highlight. At the end of the match, we announce who won, and the winner can move forward in the bracket that you see right now on the screen. Yesterday, we had UCAM and Besiktas, and UCAM won. I think it was some shorty play around the smoke. And for the second one, it was Foot against Stallions, and Foot won with the crazy frenzy play on Abyss.
Yes, that is true. I mean, we highlighted it yesterday. I still want to emphasize on how incredible that frenzy kills were. What do you think is going to happen today? Do you think we're going to see an ace? Do you think we're going to see utility usage, or just duelist?
I think in these kind of clips, it's always more impressive to see the gunplays. The utility is more about strat and less about power play. So I think, yes, maybe some sheriff actions could be nice, but we're gonna see this now, because let's see the clip from Enterprise.
Oh, we have a lurker.
Oh, it's the flank. The deadly flank!
We've seen that one, I think, before in the highlights. It was such an incredible flank, honestly.
I think when you see this during the game, it must be awesome, because always when the flank is successful, it's always an amazing play. And I wonder what professional team actually think when they lose a round to this kind of play. It must be so annoying. You really have to keep your composure so hard.
It is. Oh my god, like just getting a flank, even whenever you're playing ranked, getting a flank and nobody's holding the flanker, or if you don't have a sentinel that's holding the flanker, it could be a round changer. Even if you're at player disadvantage, it's gonna be a huge bonus for the game.
It's always so close to victory, but so far when the flank is actually successful, and let's see what their opponent has to offer with the video from Focus. Is it the ace that you wanted? Makes it a crazy clutch.
Oof. Those are nice shots.
He already killed 3, and he does the 1v4. Oh my god. This is definitely another amazing play that we're seeing here. I'm gonna say it's hard to decide between those two. Do you have a preference?
I personally would go with the Serial's clip, to be honest. I think that was such a duel moment, pure duel gunfight moment. The flank one, it was good, but to be honest, those are isolated 1v1s, and I kind of like that more. Do you have a favorite out of the two?
I think I prefer the clutch, the focus that we've seen second. It's always very impressive. I think the clutch, yes, the flank, I really like it, but the clutch, man, the hype you get, I think the adrenaline running in your blood, this must be crazy on stage. Oh, I wish I was a pro player so I could live moments like this.
I mean, technically it is possible during ranked games. You're not far off, to be honest. It's possible.
I think it's still a little bit different, but we'll talk about this maybe later, because we are back on our main course for today, the matchup that we're gonna see. So let's take a look at the bracket. We have today 4 new teams that joined the arena. The top seeds from VCT EMEA, Vitality, Carmine, Giantix, and Navy. This is gonna be a different level.
This is gonna be definitely a different level. I've been talking yesterday, and may I remind you about how scared I was of the team that's gonna be facing Vitality.
Yes.
Those are players that are really, really scary. But to be honest, I'm quite intrigued on the Stallions versus GX that's gonna happen. I think we're gonna be up for surprises tonight, don't you think?
I agree. I agree with you. For me, it's gonna be very difficult for Focus against Vitality. I'm not gonna lie, I'm not very optimistic for them, but let's see what they have to offer. But yeah, I think Vitality is way too scary, and with Sayonara, it's gonna be even scarier. So good luck to Focus, because there is a lot to see to achieve on their side. We have some highlights, so let's see them.
Tous les joueurs ne sont pas allés dans les lignes des adversaires. Faut pas y aller, hein. Alors Crax il en prend 2, hein. Super. Et sachant...
là justement on veut répondre en agressant ce main P. On prend son temps pour tout checker. On a une coupe qui va s'amuser à faire du deathmatch. Triple kill. Croisé, après il va y avoir une bagarre et au final... Ah non, il va redécaler, il a attendu, attention. Oh là là, il vient de mettre n'importe quoi.
Oh là là, le truc. Alors, bon, le Marshall, hein. La grande classique. Ah puis là, il va falloir partager avec Oroni. Avec cette fois, surtout qu'il y a un joueur position de contact, on a sauté la ligne et ça va tenir pour les BJK.
De ULF, ça y est, on a réussi à en faire un et maintenant on va faire le 22.
Et Influx il va le faire. Là on peut surprendre personne là.
Après on peut désamorcer, là justement on perd son duel, Wheezy attention. On a un petit espace, soit pour ULF et il a eu le temps de recharger Soap.
Oh my god!
Nice!
Hui, da gucken sich auf einmal 3 Gesichter an. Und wie geht denn dann einer down? Da keine Intel hatte. Und dann wird es, glaube ich, auch nichts werden. Pace ist das nächste Opfer. Und bis das war, der war auch noch drauf. What?
Outbeam. Oh, der kriegt Doppelkill noch hinterher. Auf dem Feld ein bisschen zu einfach auf.
Rocks.
Wieder delivered.
Und er den Start auf Deutschland, aber die Paranoia mit dem trotzdem. Er kauft aber noch so viel Zeit.
The first clip was from the French broadcast. It was the game that we saw between JL and Foot Esports. I completely forgot about all this crazy martial play. Did you remember?
Yeah, oh my god, I can never get over the Marshall clip by Yedajay. And not just that, we've seen UCAM, if I'm not mistaken, they were playing with the Marshall as well. I mean, like, is there a Marshall meta that I'm not aware of?
I think there is.
Tapping heads.
I actually think there is, because I think I've seen them also on VCT China. So definitely there is a Marshall meta, because it's very effective, and I think maybe the price is interesting right now. So they love to use it in eco rounds. After these two highlights, I want to propose a third clash after the second clash. Maybe we could do some which commentary is the best, because it's really funny to hear broadcasts from languages that you do not speak. Like, I don't know if you speak French or German, but it's very funny for me to hear the German broadcast.
I actually don't speak French or German, but it's quite interesting, to be honest. Like, those good casters make you actually get excited throughout the game whenever they're talking, even if you don't understand the language. It's the hype of it. It's so beautiful. It makes you even watch even more.
Yes, and so the other one was from UCAM and Focus that we did not see yesterday. So Focus won and is going to face Vitality, as you can see on the schedule for today. So live on this channel, we're going to see Stallions versus Giantex, and then we're going to see Focus against Vitality. But there are two clashes against VCT EMEA teams, which is Navi and Ulf, and then Carmine and Foot. You will be able to see this matchup live on Challengers broadcast. I think you can see them on Challengers Turkey for Foot against Carmine, and for Navi against Ulf, it's on several broadcasts. So be sure to check, and don't hesitate to ask if you have any questions about where you can see your favorite team.
Who are you excited for tonight, Cam? Which series are you looking forward to?
I definitely agree with you. I think I am very excited for Giantex. So yes, we can maybe focus a bit more on what we are going to see today. And the first on the menu is Giantex against Stallions. This is, for me, possibly an interesting encounter. I think Stallions kind of struggled yesterday a bit more than they should have against Enterprise Esports, considering the path, the journey that they had on Challengers MENA. I would have expected more from them. I don't know if you agree.
I do agree, but at the same time, on the second map that they played, they were a little bit more disciplined, and I have to keep in mind that this team is actually playing without a coach. It might be shocking, but they're playing this far and they adapted this well without a coach. So you gotta admit that they have some level of adaptation, and there is progress during their gameplay.
I think I'm actually kind of seeing what you're saying, because I didn't know that they didn't have a coach, but definitely we can see a lot of missing strategy in the rounds, and I think this can be the result of not having a coach. For example, I think Akai has a good damage, but then he struggles to actually create momentum with it. It falls quite early, and it can be a bit difficult. So let's look at the map Vito, because this one is interesting. So the pick from the pick from Stallions, sorry, is a split, and then Giantex chose Breeze.
That is true, but to be honest, when it comes to Stallions, and I'm just gonna focus a little bit on Stallions on these map vetoes, we've seen them in our region multiple times, and they kind of performed really, really well. And that goes back to, if you remember our conversation yesterday about the Whaley and the breach and how effective it is and how it was surprising to you, because this is actually a very common thing in our region. They tend to play Whaley with the breach a lot, and we're gonna see that through the map. They over these maps, I feel like it's gonna be a huge factor, the fact that it's one of those maps that show firepower. So we're gonna be seeing a lot of this, and I think that with GX being inconsistent throughout the kickoff, we're gonna be seeing some interesting games. And if Stallions kind of relied on the double duelist heavy maps, they might actually have a chance.
It's really interesting also because Stallions pick a split, and usually Giantex tend to ban the map. They also play this weird comp with the sky on this split, which is kind of the old way to do things on splits. Now you will rather play a double duelist and not play the sky.
That's true. The meta right now is kind of a double duelist, and like you'd be seeing a lot of teams going double duelist heavy. We've seen it yesterday, the double duelist against the double initiator. And speaking of which, we have GX's roster. Do you have an eye on any of them, Kim?
I think definitely Ara is the best player right now, at least in this roster. He has an insane clutch statistics. Is really good in the clutch. Also, he has a strong impact with a lot of first skill. So is definitely creating space for the team. I think he does a lot of the work, but sometimes the rest of the team lacks a bit of firepower, and overall they struggle to create these big plays that make Valorant this explosive game and allow you to actually take the map. I think one of the reasons is that they are still playing this old meta, more defensive with double controller, with the sky as I talked about on split, and they're not really adapting to this very explosive and aggressive meta that we're seeing right now in EMEA.
That's true. I agree with you. Since which we have Team Stallions. To be honest, for me, Team Stallions, they're all very consistent. My eyes mostly is on their controller. They're actually sub-controller. His name is Al-Hub, and it means love in English, if you guys are interested. This guy is a sub-player, and he is phenomenal. He is the guy that would actually win in a 1v3 situation. He clutches, and he has the ability to execute in a 1v1 situations with a very high clutching percentage. So this is the player that I mostly have an eye on.
I think also a lot of people really expect a lot from Susano because he's a really strong player, but I felt like he was a bit underwhelming yesterday against Enterprise Sport. Not really at the level we would expect this player that is a really strong player.
That is true. Susano is one of the most let's say inconsistent throughout VCL from what I've seen. He's kind of a little bit inconsistent, and the person that I always keep an eye on is, like I said, Al-Hub, because he is the currently imagine coming in as a sub player, as a sub controller who came in the middle of the tournament, and he was outperforming, and he was doing such crazy numbers with crazy clutches. So this is the person that I would think the team relies on whenever Susano is not being able to take those spaces and take that duels. They turn it into a very defensive situation.
Maybe we're gonna see the clash between the very defensive Giantex and the more aggressive Stallions. I think the gameplay definitely in this region of the world is a bit more aggressive, and I'm actually kind of interested to see how Giantex will answer. Also, one thing that is important to note is that Giantex haven't played for almost 2 weeks now, because their last official game, well, maybe they probably have done scrims, obviously, but their last official game was 2 weeks ago, so it's quite a long time to not be playing official.
That is true, but to be honest, the GX has a lot of surprises. I mean, considering their STS score and everything, based on, I think if I'm not mistaken, correct me, it's based off of kickoff. They didn't have sort of good games during kickoffs. They were inconsistent. At some point, they had like a 13-0 against Vitality, so they're quite shaken up. So I feel like in tonight's games, the confidence will play a huge role for both GX and Team Stallions.
We're seeing there that nobody is actually standing out. All these players have pretty much the same ACS, so there's no player that really stands out and take the burden of making the rounds work for Giantex. Overall, it's pretty homogeneous around the board.
That's true, and the team had a lot of ups and downs. So I would expect that if nobody was there, like you mentioned before. Nobody is helping Ara whenever he's taking space during attack rounds. It's gonna be really hard for the teams. And now we have Team Stallion. I mean, Susanna, you mentioned him again. Susanna is one of the best performing players, and the stats speak for themselves. It's crazy. It's 265.8 ACS. So this player, and along with Koji, they've been performing really well together.
It's very impressive, obviously, with the numbers. I think there is definitely potential for this team. It's certain, because they have crazy numbers. I think they have the spirit. Definitely, they're a team that will try and make play happen. But sometimes they lack a bit of thing. As you said, they do not have a coach. I think this is really something that will weigh on them, especially against the tier 1 team, because already between tier 2 and tier 1, I think one of the difference is the fact that the playbook is a bit lighter in tier 2. In tier 1, you have a lot more coaching staff. You spend a lot more time actually creating plays, creating strats, and this is already lacking in tier 2, but without a coach it's even worse.
That is true, but they actually surprised me, and we might see a different kind of progress, because the way that they played during back of house games yesterday, they did have a lot of problems with macro without the coach being present. But at the same time, I feel like they are a very well adapted team, and they have potential if they focus on their issues with macros.
Definitely, I think they can at least disturb Giantex, and we see the face-to-face between Avex and Cloud. These two players also are to be looking out for, definitely, but I think it's still Cloud is one strong player of Giantex, but is kind of here to actually support the team. He's not the one that creates the plays.
That's true, and don't forget that Avex is an IGL, and maybe the IGL tax is a bit too high, but at the end of the day, they're both very well-performed players. They're both very talented players, and they just gotta get the momentum today on both teams, because Giant X is the kind of team that, let's just say, they are, whenever their enemy team catch a momentum against them, it's quite hard for them to stop that momentum. And this is one of the things that I'm worried about GX tonight.
Yes, definitely. And as I said, Cloud is the captain, obviously, and I think maybe when he struggles, the rest of the team struggles also, obviously, and this is something I would like to see from them tonight, is to actually crush the tier 2 and be able to show that they can play as a tier 1 team. That's what I want to see from them. But on the other side, I would love to see Stallions take at least one map, because yesterday it was 2-2-0, so a bit disappointing. I want to see a free matchup and see at least one tier 2 team make this VCT EMEA struggle.
That's true. Me too, honestly. I'm kind of rooting for Stallions to win, not because of anything, because I would like to see some top tier kind of gameplay, and I would want to see a first win against a tier 1. Do you have any predictions about this game? How it's gonna go, or at least like who do you think is gonna win?
I mean, if we're speaking in terms of prediction, I think definitely I will vote for Giantex. If we're speaking about what we would like to see, I would actually like seeing Stallions win, even though, keep in mind that Giantex had a difficult run in kickoff and they could really use some uplifting victory there, so it's gonna be hard for them if after the kickoff they also lose against a tier 2 team. What I really want is for them to have fun and to have a great game and show a lot of good Valorant. What is your prediction?
For me, I would vote on Stallions just because I feel like maybe the confidence might be disappearing for Giant X after such a hard, shaky run and kickoff. And I think yesterday's win was quite difficult for Stallions as well, but at the same time, I've seen a lot of progress on their end that was different than the challengers team that I've seen. So I think that they're up for today's challenge.
I really hope so. I think the split could be their take, definitely, because this is a map that GiantX is not very impressive on. So there is definitely some space. Stallions are playing it a little bit more, and I think have better strategy on it, or maybe better plays at least. So this could definitely be a good start for them. Then the Breeze, I mean, this is gonna be different play because I don't think Stallions are playing that map very much, so it's gonna be way more difficult.
That's true, and to be honest, when it comes to split, the double duelists would go a long way during their comp. And when it comes to Breeze, I really feel like Breeze, it's hard for me to determine who's better at it, because for VCL, they didn't play it much because they were playing on the older patch, so they didn't have Breeze in their map pool, so it's hard to determine. We've only seen them once playing Breeze, which was back of house yesterday, so you never know what might be in their composition. But I could tell you one thing, that their firepower is insanely good, and that could have an effect, because Breeze is the type of maps that are big, and whoever holds an op, whoever like has the upper hand of defending with an op, I feel like that could go a long way during confidence boosters.
I think so also, and I like their composition on Breeze actually, but this is the classic double duelist. I would have loved. I don't think it is in the map pool, but I would have loved to see an Abyss from this team, but we will have to make without it. So it's gonna be split first. I wonder if GiantX are gonna change their lineup, because really this Sky, I don't really like it on split. For me, this is last year meta, and I think they really have a lot more to gain if they try something a bit more aggressive, and that suits a little bit better. They're actually their strong player like Ara. If he has a support duelist, it could really make a difference.
That's true, and currently the meta is to have a double duelist, and in such a map, split. It's like comparing it to Breeze, it's kind of a small map, and double duelist with a heavy execution on site could go a long way, and that would help them to be more aggressive. But to be honest, if you're talking about a duelist that has no flashes, I kind of see the necessary moment of picking something like Sky or Breach. That doesn't go with the meta, but at least if the player is comfortable with it, that would give them the ability to win some fights.
Yeah, no, I like a Breach, for example, but both initiator. I think the duelist meta, especially the Yoru, are so strong right now. They really dominate the field, and playing without it, I think is getting a bit getting backwards in the current. I mean, you're playing against what is actually strong there. So yes, I agree. Cloud is one of the players that plays this initiator and plays the Sky very well. He had 300 SES against Pacific when they played it in kickoff, but still, I mean, I'm sure Cloud can pick another agent and still be amazing.
Do you think that Breach, for example, would be a better choice? Because the way that I see it, Breach without the Waylay is going to be quite difficult to execute, because I don't know about other regions, but for example, I've seen it a lot, like I mentioned in our region, that Breach and Waylay kind of go hand in hand, like they're shaking hands together, and that could help the duelist. But if you're talking about Yoro and Breach, I feel like that's not going to be a smooth execution as much as Breach and Waylay, for example.
Yes, maybe if they remove the Sky, it would be better to have a Fade rather than the Breach. This could make sense for GiantX, I think. And also, the question is, do you want to keep the Raze? I think Raze is still very, very impressive, very impactful on Split. Definitely one of the map where she shines. so it's possible to play, no issue there. But yeah, I would like to see the double duelist instead of the double initiator on the side of Giant X. Definitely from Stallions, this is gonna be what I want, because they are playing, except if they try something different. But usually that's what they played yesterday. They played Raze Yoru, and we're gonna have the answer right now as to what Giant X decided. And they listened to me. They changed the Sky and the Breach into the Yoru and the Fade. Thank you guys for this. I really like you right now.
I love the composition. This is like a mirroring. Am I correct? This is like both
Yes,
teams are picking the same
definitely.
agents. So
Yes.
this all could go down as like macros in super simple situations, because they both have the same agents. They're marrying each other. This is gonna be a very tough match on both ends.
I love also that Susano is on the Yoru. Yesterday, he was not that impactful on the Yoru against Enterprise, but I really hope we see something different today. We're gonna have the answer. Let's enjoy the game with our beautiful caster. Mike, to you.
Well, thank you for that, squad. Thank you, Jude and Kim. And ladies and gentlemen, we will be getting into this in just a moment. Myself, Mad Dante, and joining me, it's nice to be able to say this. It's been a while. Hello, Vault. How are you doing, Chief? Hope you're excited.
It has been a hot minute, huh? You know, I've gone to our VCL. You've gone over to Game Changers. You know, we haven't really met, I guess, in a while. And it's such a great stage because I get to bring some of my piece. I get to bring my very own champion in Stallions, who I'll just have to say, you know, we didn't touch upon it too much here today, but it was a little bit of an upset, especially because Alcotzeya, which is the other team that were actually the potential to make it to EMEA Clash. They had that core of Andreas and Robert, like the coaching staff, the IGL, everything that made that Twisted Minds team go to Ascension, be as good as it was, that it was only a single step away from reaching the VCT. And the fact that they lost, as they've said, at least what Judah actually enlightened everyone, to a team without a coach. That should tell you at least a big part of the story here.
The story will only get written further, right? Because we get to see a big aspect of this will be a mirror comp, but GX have a coach. And at the end of the day, right, the timeouts are good, not just for, okay, maybe what are the opposing team doing that you aren't, but it's also just an idea of, okay, you've got the momentum, you've got the mechanics, you've clearly understood your opposition, right? The coaches are great at just highlighting those kind of really micro adjustments. Stallions not having that basically shows that they are confident in their ability. And Giant X have been similarly so. They have that additional footstool though, but if, hey, you know what? We don't even need to wait to say any of that. Westside just takes out too.
Yeah, no more Sasano, no more Hop. Both of which taken down, and Stallions, well, they'll try to recuperate. It doesn't look very likely. The Poison Orb bought so much time, and Flickless is already there on the line of sight. And even if so, Westside continues its foray. That's the quad kill for the Yoru. And all the dreams of Stallions left in the hands of Koji. A man that is known to be a good shot, known to be a good clutch, but against the best in the world, it is too tall of an order.
Well, you know, it's I mean, hey, we nearly seen a first round ace come online from Westside, and I mean, this is the thing, you obviously heard from the analyst desk and such, but neither of these teams need too much of the introduction, particularly Giant X. Anyone that watched Stallions play yesterday, it was a very good kind of back and forth, the longest series of the entire night, and it wasn't even close. So Stallions definitely do have that endurance, they do have that understanding, and I mean, it's a pistol round, okay? Westside just goes in, gets 4, the Dimensional Drift almost online from round 2. He's even bought up the Vandal, the confidence is there, and I mean, from this player's stats, Volts, is there any surprise that the confidence is there?
No, not really. And I mean, here's the thing, you know, we haven't touched upon Giant X that much because this is our first time seeing them here at Clash, and it has been a while. They got knocked off in round 3 in the lower end kickoff, but, you know, to their credit, they lost to all the right teams, right? Like Genomates, who went on to the middle bracket final. On the other side, of course, it was also Vitality and Liquid. But right now, Stallions actually proven to be a bit of a nuisance. Vandal picked up on Susano, who hasn't been having the best of days, at least in the opening day of Clash. Right now, under a lot of pressure, but Gravinio lets it pass over. The sight is there for Stallions, but that's the giveaway on the spike. And now they can hold off that line of sight. No smokes, no problems. Giant X will make quick work of everything that remains of the Stallions.
Guardian Ghost combo. G for GX there. Only, well, GR, okay, we'll say it, but run it with me. Run it with me. And GX looking so comfortable, especially off the back of, you know, Stallions getting that Vandal stolen away from Westside. That was absolutely pivotal because the crossfire there wasn't as good as you would typically expect. That usually is a very tight angle, a very solid setup in the crossfire. And yes, okay, the adaptation, the regrouping back towards the back site, it's solid, but maybe already seeing a teeny bit of a gap in at least what we would normally expect from Giant X. Again, you know, you highlighted it for just the level of teams that Giant X have went against. Liquid, Vitality, and Gentlemates were all losses, so they've definitely had practice against the best, and it'd be nice to see that really bear fruit here.
Well, right now it's through bearing for Stallions, a good opener from Avix, and you can see GX trying to reclaim some space elsewhere. So Sano's still got a gate crash, but it's going to expire shortly. They'll clear him out as well. And too little too late on the trade from Avix. That is exactly the bad omen side of Stallions. They are not shying away from any duel whatsoever at any time. And it is a double-edged sword. Right now, we are seeing the dull side of the blade, as they would say, of Stallions. Even on the bonus round, still could have some pressure. That's a Kylan Hope finding a couple of kills, and suddenly, while Ara was in a prime position, now he is actually a little bit late to the party. It's a retake and a 2-on-3.
Plenty of utility for Cloud, and Ara on the flank does mean the damage can be done. The Caesar's going to hit. The Haunt comes through. Delayed activation on it, but it means that no one gets scanned. Everyone manages from Stallions to play a position that means very little scan comes through, but Ara still finds one. The paint shells, the damage means the run and gun is dangerous. 30 HP for Alpha here, and this tap of the spike into the swing. Ara with a 3k answering back cleanly, and Stallions really struggled on that post plant, especially with the numbers advantage going their way.
Yeah, great work from Giants. Just finding duels elsewhere, and that's one of the main problems for Stallions, that those tier 1 teams, teams at the VCT level, will not give them the same kind of grounds they've had in the regional VCL. They will not get that same kind of chance that they had with Enterprise. They're just met their match in terms of the shooting. And that right there from Avix, that's a spike down, and if it wasn't for a good couple of duels on B, this could have been a much uglier round, and still, that was a glaring gap in the defense that Ara just took a long rotation. Sure, it is unorthodox to see someone aggressing all the way from A main through the attacker spot, but it is an opening that they should have accounted for. They didn't, and now Giants just are in a comfortable position. The bonus round, we fable the GCC Sheriffs. They start off on the right foot for 1, but still a lot more work for Sano and Akai to do.
2 players already down. That's Susano, your entry, and kind of your big smoke. That wall no longer going to be a factor here now, and it does seem like Giant X are just super comfortable with this. Even whenever Stallions get the initial kind of engagement, get the initial control of the map, Giant X have that knowledge, they have that just wherewithal to readapt, to re-push, to re-engage on an angle that benefits them. And I've always said it, at the end of the day, you never want to take a fair fight in Valorant. There's no reason to. You've got the utility, you've got your backup for a reason. Fair fights are the death of you in a lot of scenarios, and Giant X off the back of that, posting it, the 2 versus 2 setup here, or the 2-and-2 setup here towards A and B. The garage space being cleared. Giant X not wanting anyone from the Stallions to try and do what they have already done, and they execute onto the site. It's patient, but it is very much determined. I'll give them that.
Yeah, still, Westside, that's the second time is able to find that kill. That's Ara with one more in the Outlaw. And even the Phantom will not be a giveaway. This time it's another multi-kill, a hat-trick for Westside. 4 rounds strong, RGX, and this might be grounds for a timeout for Stallions, because they'll have their second buy, and if they don't get a victory here, this has the beginnings of a pretty ugly split, especially considering this is their pick. They really need to get the ball rolling on attack.
Yeah, they do, and don't get us wrong, a split occasionally does look, and I've had a habit of saying that it does look attacker-sided at times, just based on how your opposition and how the executes are really happening. GX, though, not giving Stallions the opportunity here. And it's a big thing, right? Stallions, when they do get around to calling that timeout, typically a team that doesn't really opt for them, and without a coach especially to kind of give you those additional insights and highlights, you have to ask how much would it in theory do for them, because the spray through the smoke right now, Giant X just really have the read on Stallions.
Yeah, they know exactly where they are. They got him beat on most angles, and the Outlaw against Light Shields usually is a great gun, but right now, Giant X doesn't really need to do that much. They just give it in the duels head on, and that's the thing about Stallions. They love to take those duels, but they'll need to take better ones. As he said, it's never a world where you take a 50. Right now, Westside are taking those, and he's really happy with it. Running away at top of the scoreboard with 11 kills, and even the rest of the team, whenever they're called upon, it's never really too complicated for Giants X, which is something that you would think that Stallions could actually bring it out of their pocket, right? That they can maybe bring a call that would be unorthodox to a team at the tier 1 level, but it's honest Valorant, and honestly, unfortunately for Stallions, not the best policy here today.
It is a bit shaky for them, especially because, you know, Westside's usually on that kind of, on the Sentinel aspect, whether it is Chamber, who is that kind of fake Sentinel, basically a secondary duelist, or on that Sage. So seeing Westside kind of online doing the work that's being done, but you know what? We'll move on from that. Akai doing some work of his own here, potentially on for the ace. Only one player remains. It is that Yoru. The clone comes out of heaven. The positioning has been found. Westside, despite the fact he cannot see, the ace has been given to Akai, and Westside only gets 4. Akai with all 5, lovingly donated and supported by the rest of his team.
Well, that is the switch up that we were talking about. Exactly when it was asked off the side of Stallions. Honest brand of Valorant still, but if Akai can find shots like these consistently, GX might be in a world of harm. Akai usually in MENA is actually a bit of a slow starter, and right now he's starting to find that heat that can sometimes take over entire games. We've seen his level with Falcons, whether or not you've seen him with Falcons, because that was the period that Falcons didn't go to the internationals. But right now, it's same old though. That round might be just a bump in the road unless Akai continues doing what he thinks. That's another trade found for Stallions. It's back to a 4-on-4, and they're scaling pretty aggressively here. Garbinho is going to be under a lot of pressure eventually. They're pivoting back into B main, and Koji is really looking forward for that duel, but now that Aura has found out where he is, Showstopper is out. It's not going to find much, but Akai is going to be tested here.
Westside as well, but he finds the shot, gets himself out the gate crash. All good. Garbinho, though, has this angle, but Althub has the timing, manages to get himself the other pick, and the control here from Stallions. Still a couple 1v1s need to go their way, but a massive frag from Akai. Took some time to warm up, but seems like that is the case. Dimensional Drift pop. Viper's Pit immediately going to be used to answer back, though. We should be seeing Westside pop out of that any sort of time now. Gets all the information he needs, comes out of the invulnerability, and now joining Ara in this 2 versus 3. The paranoia comes through. No one bites off the back of it, so it is still just tentatively pushing into this pit. Althib takes a lot of damage. Repainted red, but still alive, which is the bigger deal here. And Ara just a bit frustrated with the shots, can see the tracers, but just can't quite find the opposition that's shooting at them. And because of that, Stallions good for a second.
8 kills for Akai in the last 2 rounds. And now he's up to double digits. And Giants X might finally have actually been matched on that side, at least on the fragging department. We're yet to see if Stallions are going to have the consistency take over more than just a single round. Westside, as we've seen, like from A to B, he's been really impactful all throughout the game. For Stallions, they're still bleeding a lot of those skills, right? Like in the mid rounds especially. And if not for some of Akai, or whether it is at Hope at times, Avix at others, Koji at other intervals, like those 3 are trying to pick up the slack. This time it is Avix to actually open up, and well, uncharacteristically for Stallions, which is such a good thing for them, they've not lost anyone, and Susano can take all the information, but the operator is still posted there towards B main.
Are we just gonna see West Side? Are we just gonna see the Yoru versus Yoru? The Nightmare drops, but a little bit early doesn't matter. The damage done, the decay is certainly enough for Susano. Doesn't matter if the timing isn't perfect. The mechanics and the shots certainly are. Beautiful use of the Nightfall to get you onto the site. The spike planted without incident, and you can see Akai this time. The garage flank from Ara not gonna be near as successful. Gets dropped by the counterpart, and Stallions answering back very cleanly.
Much better this time from Stallions. Just the fact that they had the ultimate, though, made that round a lot more, I would say, aimful. Like, they had a direction. You know, you get that pick in middle, you try to work your way around mid, you use the dimensional drift to open either stairs or vents, whichever one you choose. And clearly they had the idea around B. They also, which is the most important thing, had perfect contingencies for Westside throughout. They pushed them into Susano and made that duel as difficult as it was. But they used 2 ultimates in that one, the Dimensional Drift and also the Nightfall. Koji also using the pit earlier, a couple of rounds ago. Leaves them most likely without most of the big ultimates. The Showstopper is the closest. And we have seen Akai open up a few rounds himself. Right now he's playing late towards the A side where Ara proven to be the first point of contact, and a Bucky at that kind of range is fatal. Will they be methodical in clearing him out?
Oh, I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing it. But can Koji get the refrag? He cannot. It's now Susano, though, to see that. Answers back with 2 of himself, but that is going to be a gun upgrade for Giant X. They may not have the time to capitalize off the back of it. Another 2 versus 2 scenario here. Look at the movement. Ara speeding over through the attacker side spawn to try and support Grabinho, but it's actually an excellent heads-up play here. Stallions have the feeling they would be walking back into this trap that they were ensnared on just a few rounds ago. So the pivot towards the A site here, absolutely beautiful stuff. A lot of time gonna need to be spent clearing these angles, but you've got 30 seconds, so it's not necessarily do or die. Vent completely clear, as we can see, but the longer that Stallions take time to clear these angles, the more time GX has to be to actually get into those angles or get into different ones, and that's a highlight there as to how badly it can suddenly go. 10 seconds, the spike is going to have to be stuck here, and Avix, I don't think you're walking away from this one.
I mean, he's going to take plenty of damage. Spike planted, but it's a quad kill for Ara in the end. Yeah, I mean, Stallions did some great work to trade back the losses they've incurred early on ramp, but outside of those kills at middle, as you said, they kind of played themselves in that round. And now Giants on 6, feeling very confident once you get to that point in the defensive side, especially with a lot of ultimates rolling their way now in the ultimate economy battle. Stallions aren't that far off in terms of Avix and Susano, but outside of the 2 of them, there should be a round or 2 that just the utility alone could dictate the round for Giants, and just the fact that there was no refrag on Ara, especially with a Bucky of all things. That was such a massive letdown for Stallions, and they've put themselves in a position where they're starting the game from behind. So they will need to make little mistakes. Right now, the operator not finding the most value early on in the round, and they're pressuring on the Viper spin. They stole away Ara. Well, you cannot get away with too many of those, but Stallions are proving that they are masters at stealing away those frags. Another one for Susano, and the timing so well for Al-Hub that even he has no problems whatsoever. That's the round imploding. Whether the Stallions just nudging the first piece of the dominoes with that first blood, or Giants X just getting a bit too greedy with their lead, we are yet to see which way this one is going to go, but most likely now we have seen the conclusion of that one. The credits are there for a few of the players of Giants X, but I do believe that it just has to be no way for Westside and Cloud back into this round.
Scary thing is, you can already see Althab. He's looking for more. He doesn't want to give this away. Westside takes his head off, and that's the thing, right? Stallions are an aggressive team. Stallions will be going for those kind of hunts and prevent Giant X saving, but this operator's been with them through thick and thin, and Giant X seem in no way encouraged or in no way wanting to give that up. So that first frag going the way, very, very nice. You can see no one else from Stallions willing to go for that swing, willing to give Westside any more points towards the dimensional drift. So a 4th round for the Stallions here, and a 6-6 half looking I'd say not entirely written just yet
Yeah.
with the ults that GX have, but Stallions could be on for it.
I mean, Stallions are definitely doing all the right pieces, though. Like, you look at the start of the round, getting that first blood, but not only doing that. Look at the positioning of Al-Hub, you look at the positioning of the very late Koji rotation. So he kind of had all the layers to a few of those rounds, and credit where credit is due. Like, they've been doing so well in the mid rounds. It's the operator that has been the bane of theirs, and now with numbers, Aura and Flickless are able to capitalize on the line of sight given by Westside. It's 2 kills transferred over to Giants X, and they'll continue to scale even more aggressively in that round. Now them getting the numbers and getting the assurance. Stallions have to do a lot of work, and that's a lot of util invested. Not really to give Akai a duel, just to give him the space to take one. And even then, it's not going to be an easy one. Aura in an off angle that is not that easy to spot. An early dink on Akai. The pain shells are going to make it even easier for the Rays. Flickless to chime in for one more. And that is Giants X pretty much denying that 6-6 scoreline that we were foretelling.
Yeah, apologies. Maybe a bit of a curse on that one from the Stallions. My sincere apologies and condolences. It's not over yet. Altham can find something disgusting, but you can already see the adaptation coming through from Giant X, right? Like, that mid push came through. Grabinho initially pushes through Garage and then gets the wrong end of the barrel. This time it's a lot more patient. This time it's a lot more committal with the rest of his team, right? You get that flank, you get 2 members sandwiching the last remaining member of the Stallions. So a 7-5 now, the best scoreline they can hope for. The economy is good. The ultimates, however, though, 3 1-aways is a very unfortunate position to be in. If Stallions could even just have one of these online, I think this round would be a different matter.
And that's one of my problems with Stallions, right? They're not one of those teams that know how to cycle orbs, as well as I would say a lot of the other teams in the VCL level, let alone the VCT level. In short, you would say, oh, orb cycling, what is this, a Phoenix comp? And no, this is not an unspecial or anything. This is not KC. But you still, you still value ultimate economy. You still have the foresight to look that far forward. And I mean, look at GX right now. Speak of look forward, that is a 3-layer piece with a showstopper that might still net a kill. And Hope is not that safe. Plenty of damage on Susano. But the opening blood is gonna be courtesy of Garbinho again, taking the better of their counterpart, and that leaves Stallions rotating into an A site where the op is posted, but Koji got that position of dreams. Oh, how did he even get that far? But he didn't spot the operator. Westside is still gonna run away for free. They haven't seen him yet.
Oh, okay, this is crazy. I could not tell you what's about to happen here. From the shadows to get the information, Westside has been told he gets the leg shot. He gets the leg shot. So it's not enough to go through. Susano, at the very least, able to fire one onto Ara here. Nightfall comes down, but the trades are back and forth. This is a very long flank or lurk, depending on which you see, and Cloud has got the timing, manages to get not only the frag, but destroy the gate crash. You're gonna have to commit to this with the dimensional drift, Susano. Because of that, you fall. Flickless and Cloud, a beautiful retake on the positioning. They managed to get themselves a comfortable 8-4 half on the defense on split.
It started off looking very comfortable, but in the midway of this half, Stallions definitely did show up. The adaptation eventually came through from GX, and right now they do feel like they are in a comfortable position, because outside of Akai, who definitely has had a bit of a comeuppance ever since that round 6 point where he just popped the ultimate and won the round outright single-handedly for Stallions, we haven't seen any real intent, I would say, out of the Stallions on attack. Thankfully, defense side feels a lot easier with their composition. They can play for the stopping power. They don't need to make too many big layered plays, right? Especially on the defense. You can like play for those smaller pieces that I feel like this is where strength lies. And unconventionally, for a double duelist composition, I would say that against a team like GX, that is just the better team on principle, their defense is probably going to be the easier side to play.
This is the aspect where Stallions now have an easier time on the defense, just because it's split and a lot of these maps are still defense sided. But I mean, Giant X have not been scared about their executes, about attacking back, right? And especially when you've got Ara, who seems pretty comfortable with their current mechanics and how everything's going for them. You back that up with a good Yoru execute, and we could see a very overwhelming, overpowering presence from GX that, honestly, I'm a little bit nervous if Stallions can really keep up against that. Again, the comps are exactly mirrored. So, in theory, Stallions have just watched an attack, or in theory, Stallions have just seen an attack come through from themselves and gone, right, well, we just have to stop that from happening.
I mean, absolutely, that can be the case, but I think for Stallion's best efforts, they better not try to copy what GX are doing. Because they're just not that kind of team, right? Just keep it simple.
No, they're not.
Basically, play the pug level Valorant. That's all you need to do for Stallions. You know, catch them off guard. We've seen a couple of good time players like Koji, from players like Avix. Right now, though, they get the complete wrong end of that gambit. Short end of the stick on the A side is just a complete farce. Westside might have single-handedly won the round here for GX because all the time that they're rotating, all the information is relayed by the IGL. And then Cloud can move at the perfect time. It's a good read from Al-Hub to understand that there might be a player flanking, but he just didn't clear deep enough, and now Stallions still got a flank on their back, still got a 5-on-5 to play for.
Utility's about to come through here. This is already the attack that we have seen in theory, right? Stallions have tried an attack like this beforehand. The angles are just a little bit different. It's trades, it's back and forth. Koji, the last one alive, though, to watch his team all on his shoulders. Fleckless, no concern there at all. Bandit pulled out, single tap headshot. And yeah, congratulations Westside on basically single-handedly selling that push towards the A site. But honestly, a little bit of a mistake from Stallions to push up mid. 3 people committed, and then everyone just goes back through vents. You don't have enough information on which site it was off the back of that, and that's why GX were able to get so comfortably onto the B site.
Absolutely, and the other piece that maybe we didn't actually get in a replay, just Cloud walking into the last part of the round, finding a double kill with the backstab. That pretty much put the seal of authority on a round that could have gone either way if not for the IGL and his calls. And credit where Kim is due. You know, Kim talked about that one. She said that, you know, Cloud definitely leads the team in terms of the calls, in terms of a lot of their movements. And they've been moving like they're playing chess and Stallions are playing checkers. And I'll be real with you, like, so far, it does seem to be that way. Stallions are playing a simple brand of Valorant, and if that happens, though, that's the brand that can still win them rounds. Plenty of damage for those 2 kills. They did line up, but it's too little too late to win a round here. Stallions already lost so many players. Double digits for GX, all they need is 3 more, and for Stallions, this is the do-or-die territory.
I mean, again, the do or die is usually the moment, right? You see the timeout come through, but Stallions, they refuse to hire a coach and they refuse to use a timeout. And who knows, maybe that will be the secret sauce. Maybe that will be something that Stallions can dig deep on. But for this split match right here, it's a beautiful deal with the double high-low swing from GX, but you haven't done enough damage in the time that's needed. And because of that, the round still goes the way of GX. And this buy round here, Stallions, they need to think of something, but they have to just play around GX, right? It's difficult on the defense to mount a comeback because you're dealing with the pace of the attack.
I mean, they're not giving them the space-taking prowess that I usually see Stallions play for. They usually love to take hit-on duels. They waited for the execute, and they did pretty well. 2 players on the hold, still paint shells available for Akai. Might not be needed because Koji might have won the entire round. Westside already on 2. This man has been on a heater, but Akai is gonna fan his flames. Stallions still showing some signs of life, but they will need to win 5 more to tie this off.
It's a cool down scenario here. Stallions very nicely done, but you have to really point out that is kind of your buy up. That is the round that statistically you bring this back. So it's now up to them to show us it wasn't a fluke. It's now up to them to show us that even with the shakier buy, or at least not the full buy you would hope for, that they can still fight back. They can still take these engagements, as we were discussing earlier, and make something happen. And it's a big stack towards A. A bigger offensive than defensive stack, but should give all the information. Susano, the patience with the right click. The backup from Akai turns the blind side as well. And 2 frags for the Stallions at least will slow this down.
But Gavinia got one more on Avex. That was unnecessary. Again, uncalled for duel. Stallions just trying to take the duels to their bitter end. And now they're the ones that are losing after finding such a good hold. They could have choked them out on ramp. They didn't need to overcommit to those peaks, but Avex and Susano will pay the ultimate price. And now at the numbers deficit, Koji and Hope left to try to clutch that one. The buddy system from ramp into main. There's a player on the left side, two on the right, trying to play the crossfire. Gabinho should have the trades for his teammate, even though Ara is low on health. He still doesn't need assistance. Now it's too little too late for the Omen. The newest addition to the Stallions team. He joined mid-season, mind you, to replace Brixel. But unfortunately for Stallions, new names doesn't mean that their dreams will be fulfilled. And now Giants might take away Stallions' map pick. They only need 2 rounds, and this one is not going to be an easy one. Not the best position for ultimates, not the best position for economy. And realistically, we haven't seen enough from Stallions, neither on the attack or the defense, to say that they can either wrestle them down in the mud or to actually play for the bitter end of this one.
Does give a highlight of just, I mean, there's plenty of possibility to disengage is the most heartbreaking thing, right? I mean, you've got the gate crash to just get out if you're Susano. You've got like satchel movement, which from Akai we've been seeing here and there. Not as much as we've been seeing from Ara though. Ara has been occasionally looking like Neon with just the pace that the rotates have been coming through, and it's been doing a lot of damage. Speaking of, Alphab again tries this garage strat, but it's now a 66% loss rate for him. GX have really started to figure that out. One of your controllers already dead. Stallions now opting for this mid control that blew up in their face in the second pistol round. We'll see if maybe any changes come through.
There's only a bandit in the hands of Susano, so not really the best weapon for any kind of job. And right now he's backing off the B side again. It's pretty much like the exact same thing that we've seen with the pistol. It's a deja vu, right?
Why? What? Just what? Why? What was the comm? What information was given away that GX were leaning towards the A site? Because, Volt, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't really think Stallions had much to say that this was going to be a commit to the A site, to just get everyone rotating away, to put themselves in a retake potential with 2 players now down and everything that GX have. I mean, I honestly, I think Stallions accept the loss here and they save.
I mean, if you're winning, I understand the gamble, but on the loss, it's really harsh. Aura adding 1 more. And yeah, I think you really need to save that Phantom now. Avex taking plenty of damage, and he's still able to steal away 1. So the IGL takes away his counterpart, but I don't really know what to say about Stallions in that one. Again, like, when you're winning, there is the buffer, there is the luxury. Take that kind of gambit, but when you're losing that hard, and you're not being proactive, which is the hallmark of Stallions. They're the team that loves to take the duel to each and every other team, no matter who they are. You look at their scrim records, you ask any of their scrim partners, they will tell you they take the wildest duels in the world, and right now they just feel like they're trying to play respectful Valorant, and unfortunately for you, you respect the better team, they're gonna take that respect and they're gonna mop the floor with him. And well, credit to Giants X, they have not put their foot off the pedal. It has been consistent throughout. Right reads, right plays. They clearly show that they are made of a better cloth, and right now that cloth got a dimensional drift and an agenda to pick with that ace light.
And that's the thing, right? Westside, he sees that he's kind of surrounded by people with a lower buy, but he doesn't come out of the dimensional drift to take the fight. He just gets himself onto site, gets a little bit more information for his team, knows that that's infinitely more valuable than the potential one and done, if even, that he would have gotten, and now it's up to the Stallions here. The information from the dimensional drift going to be good here. Nightfall does come down, but the paranoia doesn't hit everyone, so you cannot expect Susano just to pop out there and deal with everyone. He does manage to get the blindside used to isolate these 1v1s and isolate this round for his team. Alphab on the back of it as well. Stallions put another one on the board. They survived some key ults from GX, but they are no means out of the woods yet.
Big round from Susano, and I feel that we have seen that one before, Medante, haven't we? You know, a slower start, a Duelist getting a massive round, Stallion's getting a bit of a resurgence, but it proven not to be enough. Ring a bell?
Oh dear. Oh, there's been a lot of deja vu here, ladies and gents, so far, and glitches in the Matrix may continue to be, who knows, Stallions all of a sudden, one little jitter and we could see an even scoreline 12-12. But again, what GX have to do now is just play the attrition game, right? Stallions kind of need to use their ultimates on cooldown just to make sure they get at least some value. If you die with them, then I'm going to criticize you. I've been very heavily critical of that. And I like to see the Viper's pick come through immediately from Koji. And it wasn't the most defensive for GX on their defense side. We'll see if it's any different here with Susano fallen. Kind of doubting.
Well, both duelists decided to take 1v1s and they've lost it, and that might be curtains for this game. Flickless adding 1, and despite a double from Stallions, it's only Avix that is now left in a 1-on-3. He takes his timing. There's a player to his left. Doesn't know where Grabinho is, and the timing is so treacherous right now. Avix spotted by the smoker, and he will take them back to the shrouds. It is game over for Stallions. Giants X start off on the right foot.
Their first foot forward, and it is a golden one. 13-6 on your opponent's map pick is basically, if you want to talk about a highlight, if you want to talk about a story, genuinely, you know, being 13-0 or getting that 13-0 if you're Giant X, right, that's good. But a 13-6 really is probably the scoreline that does just highlight you have just been going against your opposition and been kind of meeting them at the half, bit by bit, piece by piece, and just been knocking them out. You kind of see that pairing on the scoreboard. You'll get to see it later on with our analysts, but you can see really why GX were as comfortable as they were.
Yeah, you know, it is a story of David against Goliath. David didn't really show up in the squad at the start, but eventually they picked up the squad and credit where credit is due to Stallions. You know, they did actually have a good run, but I think that they just got off on the wrong foot, right? They always start from behind, and then they can really recuperate from there. Maybe this is where they can make a difference from that 2-on breeze, that they can be the ones to be proactive. We'll figure out, though, more of what went wrong for Stallions and what went right for Giants X, and we'll go back to that.
Thank you, Dante and Volt. This was a painful reality check for Stallions as they fall 6-13 against Giant X on their own map pick. This is a difficult one to swallow.
This was different. This was definitely really hard to swallow, to be honest. I've seen them at first running in, 5-manning the whole site's execution. It was quite easy for GX to predict that, and then they started a little bit exploring the map. And that kind of worked out, got them to 5 rounds. I mean, but it was really difficult to handle on their end. There was no macros. It was a little bit shaky. One of the rounds were just Akai going in for an ace. It was the kind of, it should have been one of those momentum gaining rounds. But unfortunately, GX were ready for it. They predicted the mid push from Stallions. So it was a tough watch for me, to be honest.
I completely agree. I think one of the things I picked up from the game is that it looks like the way Stallions are playing doesn't really work out if you're against a team that has good aim and individual skills as they have on Stallions' roster. Definitely it's shown there. As you said, they have little macro and they really lack some strats, and in duels, Giant X, they're here. They may be not the top EMEA team, but remember last year they were at Champions. They are a really strong team with very strong individualities.
That's true, and let's not forget the fact that the biggest factor of this is the fact that Stallions do not have a coach. You did not see them going on timeout once, so that was difficult for them to kind of reset and rethink their choices and like strat for the next rounds or so. So it was not as proactive as GX, let's say. It was hard. One of the moments that had me like screaming of it not making sense is the moment that Al-Hub died on B. He kept on peeking, kept on losing, nobody was trading him, and then the whole team of Stallions just stacked on A. Made absolutely no sense. there was no proactivity even on defense for them to gather enough information. It was just a bad call, to be honest. A lot of question marks on Stallion's end, and I don't know what they might be cooking for the next map.
Yes, also I think one of the things that highlight the lack of experience from Stallions is that for me, at some point, it kind of felt like Giantix. They were trying some plays on Giantix, but Giantix have a lot of experience. They've seen it all in official maps, in official matchups, so it's hard to surprise them. And the way Stallions was trying looked a little more amateur. It didn't look like pro plays when they were trying some crazy mischief. So this was a bit disappointing on their side.
It is disappointing. I agree with you. And again, you mentioned it before, this is a tier 1 team. And even if they were shaky during kickoff, that does not mean that they should be underestimated. They lacked structure a little bit, like I said, and the macros were a huge factor. I mean, you've seen them a lot of times going in, like dry peeking, which did not make any sense without anybody being able to be traded. So a lot of question marks. I expect them to fix those problems, I guess. And I think one of the biggest issues is not having a timeout to reset a little bit and structure better for the next rounds.
Yeah, they're really playing all in. They just want to fight and find duels. And with the stats, we can highlight something actually good on the side of Giantix is how well Westside played. Just bear in mind that this guy is not a duelist. He doesn't play duelist. I think it's second times ever playing Yoru on an official game. And he was just incredible. At the end of the first half, he actually equalized the kills that he had against Pacific in kickoff, which is 17 kills. He was playing Viper at the time, so yeah, huge plays from him. And I really like the change from Giantix. I think they are maybe trying to match a little bit more the meta because they really switched roles there. Also, Cloud on Fade, he doesn't play Fade usually, so this is also a huge change, and I really think it can work.
That's true. I mean, the changes that they made, you mentioned them before about the double duelist. I think that Westside on a double duelist is an incredible risk-taking, or let's say a change of composition that had an amazing effect. Westside with the op and being proactive all around the maps, and specifically on defense, gave him a lot of freedom and a lot of choices to be made for him to take aggression and get that early pick. I mean, we can see it through the ACS between him and Akai. Having
crazy.
a 365 ACS is crazy. His impact on the game was phenomenal.
Yeah, I really want to see more of this, to be honest. I really hope that they're really trying this in Scream and that we could see some Westside Yoru in stage 1 EMEA, because he's been amazing. I'm not gonna lie, I'm very surprised because it is not what he usually plays, and it's a huge change from Sentinels to Duelists, but yeah, it was just amazing. And I think this really suits you. As you said, the energy was really there. He was not playing this Sentinel vibe where you're kind of behind and you try to wait and help your team and find the plays. He was really moving forward, trying to find the duels, trying to find the impact. Yeah, amazing game from him.
That is true. I mean, I've seen Westside most of the time on Cypher and Sentinel, and he was quite impactful. But to be honest, it was a really nice surprise of him to go as a duelist and have that amazing impact. Like, even on attack, they were very proactive, and it was quite hard for Stallions to adapt to that level of gameplay. But it's a well played on Giantix. Great changes, great composition, and one wonderful surprise that they cooked for us.
Yeah, I really loved it. And I cannot wait to see the second map, that is Breeze. I think it's gonna be also very, very interesting. I'm a bit scared, to be honest, because as we said before the map, Stallions didn't really play this map because they were playing on the previous map pool. So it's kind of a big question mark, and I think they were counting on the fact that they would take the split. And now I'm scared. I don't know. What do you think? Do you think they can actually find a way to take down Giantix on this Breeze?
I feel like if that could have been a mental downer for them, because that loss was really tough. So it really depends if they mental reset it after this game. It was a tough one. They tried to gain momentum. GX had the better read, to be honest, and it was quite a difficult loss. But at the end of the day, it all depends on the player and their mental reset. If they were able to do that, I feel like they might have a chance. And if they actually put those timeouts into action, they might be able to take a break, relax, and try to figure out what to plan for their next rounds. Those timeouts are not there for no reason. They are needed for players. At least those 30 seconds or 40 seconds, they're going to give them a breather for them to relax. Sometimes the players might be tensed, sometimes they're nervous, a lot of things. And don't forget, they just came back from a 2-1 game yesterday. It was up until, like, I don't know, early morning. So
Yes.
the stamina could have a toll as well.
Yeah, I think for their time zone, it must have been like 4 a.m., something like that. So definitely not the best way to start the tournament today. But even taking that into account, I mean, it's part of pro playing. It's sometimes you're gonna have stacked games, sometimes you're gonna be the one that played longer, and you have to still be able to show up. Here, definitely wasn't the case. I think also one thing that is a bit scary going into Breeze is that on this split, at least, I felt like Stallions were not really able to play from behind. Because if they're leading the game, they will go forward, they will find duels, they will try to make plays and kind of scare the opponents. But when they're behind, they're trying to have the same spirits, but it's a bit more messy because you do not feel as confident as where you're leading. And this lose on split is very, very intense at 6-13. There is no question there. So it might be difficult on this Breeze.
It is difficult, but to be honest, at the end of the day, we cannot underestimate or think any less of GX. They're still a very strong team. They showed a lot of dominance on the first map, so that gives them the freedom to maybe let loose a little bit on next map. I mean, we never actually know, but I know for a fact how they play on Breeze. So it's gonna be difficult for Stallions. I would predict after this match, if they didn't take a mental reset and if they didn't put the timeouts into consideration and explored the map a little, we could actually potentially see a 2-0.
We could, but let's hope not, because first there is Abyss next, and I wanted to see Abyss between these two teams. And also because we've already had 2-2-0, so please give us a 2-1 so that we can have a bit more entertainment. One thing that I think can be positive on the side of Stallions is that Giantx are not big fan of Breeze. I think they picked it only because they know that Stallions didn't play it in their early year. So I think they should feel confident that they should have the upper end. But to be honest, they didn't have great performance on Breeze. They only played it twice on kickoff and they never picked it. It was only picked by the opponent or left open as a decider. And it was not great. They lost 4-13 against Team Liquid, so not a good phase for them.
It is, but at the end of the day, like I said, the experience plays a huge role over here, especially on this match that we just saw. So if Stallions were still shaky, I think that GX would still perform really wonderfully.
Let's see what they picked up for this Breeze. Is there any chance on the side of Giantx? The answer is yes, they picked up the Neon and the Euro, so we're back on the west side. Euro, yes, thank you Giantx. This is gonna be a good one also.
It is. I'm becoming a big fan of Westside's Euro. I think he had an amazing impact. And Ara picking up the Neon, I think he used to play Jet, correct me if I'm wrong. And for Team Stallions, I think it's the same comp that they played with yesterday.
Yes, it's the same one that they played, so they have a bit of experience. It's kind of the same, they just switched Neon for Jet. I think I prefer Neon, but Jet is really okay on the Breeze, so definitely a lot of potential there. Let's see the second skirmish between these two teams. Mike to the casters.
Well, thank you so much, Kim, and this could be the last hurrah for Stallions here on the upper side of the bracket. Of course, once they lose, they move over from the Alpha to Omega or vice versa, but we are still here in the making of this upper round 2. I'm still Volt, still Medante with me, and we have got a Jet on Akai. This is pretty much, for me, the Akai agent. I'm sure Medante is still going to be introduced to that one, but hopefully it wasn't that bad of an introduction, considering how good Giants X were on the split.
I mean, that's the thing. I have no doubts against Akai's kind of Jet. It is just a, what can Ara do on the Neon? Because we're just seeing the kind of difference between Jet. I mean, she was ubiquitous. She basically was the face of Valorant for the longest time. Every team, every roster, no matter how good, no matter how bad, no matter how kind of difficult some teams find, like setting up the rosters to get these duelists and the initiators kind of figured out, everyone was running a Jet. And now that we're starting to see Neon really find her footing, the movement's just crisp, people have gotten used to her. The difference between a simple just Jet dash followed up by like a blindside Yoru gate crash versus a Neon fast lane, we're going to be seeing that come into spades. Not as much immediately because it is the defense, so it is reliant on Akai getting those entries, getting those frags. Doesn't get the frag, but does get the space, and that could be everything.
Oh, they lined up for Susano, but Westside is able to trade back 2 more. This could have been disastrous for Giants X. Well maintained, the trades work out for Stallions. And what do you know? They finally get a pistol on the board.
Stallions answer back. They show off that, just because Jet is a bit simpler than Neon, it doesn't mean you can't get results. Akai, no frags on the board there, but did everything. Got Susano on through that middle, through the middle of Pyramid. Got that control in that space. Susano then just manages to get the shot timing, the flash as well to support him. And yes, he does fall Westside. A very nice kind of answer back, just not going to be enough here. So both Yoru's starting strong, and this is what I was excited to see on Split, and I'm feeling a lot more comfortable about on Breeze.
Yeah, but it's all about this round 2 conversion for me, because Giant X got a good idea. It's 3 strong on B. It was Westside and Ara, both of them holding the line, and Hob holding a long line of sight. Perfect for a Bulldog usually, and Susano's going to be able to supplement that fragging capability. So no real problems for the Stallions. It's perfect from Akai. As now he can use a sniper, just play for the wrong range. Stallions pretty much playing for their heart's content, but that's the rifle given away. Thankfully quickly recovered by Stallions. Could have been a little bit ugly there. There was definitely some gaps in the attack of Stallions, but the difference in firepower just proven to be too much to handle on the other end.
Definitely so, and I mean, hey, we've went from Split, probably the smallest map, potentially in the entire game actually. Split is a very confined, very compact map, into the most open, if not the biggest map as well. I think Abyss maybe does have Breeze's number for just overall size, but it means that the Stallions get to play their little bit more of a, let's just take gunfights, let's just take 1v1s, let's just get ourselves onto the site and make a statement. And Giant X, really good at dealing with that on the defense and Split. But again, those tighter angles, shotguns are more effective, a lot more considerations to be made. This time, it's all about the duels, it's all about who gets the headshots, and so thus far, Stallions making it look clean.
Absolutely. We've seen their bout against Okotsuya. That was their final game of the group stage. Of course, in MENA, the group stage is the one that qualified VCT EMEA Clash. Both teams were flawless up until that point, and it ended up in a 13-11 absolute cinema. Map 2 for Stallions there, and I gotta say, like, it was really close. I believe that Okotsuya is also a great team, but right now, Giants X proven to be even better and more of a real test. They tried to go early on for a duel on a bonus round. You usually expect to lose some of those, but Akai has got to be careful not to over-aggress Aura on the right side, but a newly added single box is there. It's a great position to catch a good timing, and Akai has got to be careful. Wall is going to go up and down again. But as you can tell from the side of Stallions, despite losing a player, they're still pretty adamant and taking some control, at least initially, towards A main. But they double down on the map control that Hob has granted them. A good timing for Hob, but what a shot from Flickless. And that's the B-side of lock, unfortunately, for Stallions. Now, they'll have to recapture all of their map control. Crowd is so deep, I don't think that Avix is going to clear that deep in. And indeed, It's an easy one for him, and the final two will lose their life trying to work their way into the site.
Flickless. I mean, that's a bit of a, how would you say, false advertising from Flickless. We'll get to see that shot again, and there was certainly very clean flick onto Alphab there. The timing from him was great, manages to get through the archway, but then it just was locked down, and Westside as well being caught up to here. Yeah, we'll get to see it there. A little bit of a panic almost there from Flickless, but the shot's good regardless, and then the rest of GX here, just off the back of that single effort, that single frag, Stallions really lose the confidence to try and take the position. They still have a lot of positioning around the map, but just lost the confidence to really make it work this time. They're wanting to get through, to get this fast, aggressive push. The Sova scan as well. Flickless being pulled back by the scruff of his neck into this engagement with Susano. The counter scan. Susano gives away everything here. The blindside comes through. Flickless now stuck in a really awkward corner, but the double swing! Reloading! Not enough bullets in the chamber. Westside able to punish accordingly off the counter swing, off the counter frag in a 2 versus 2 scenario. Spike still needs planted.
Yeah, Westside first face in. About a half wall. The TP not spotted. That hope I think is going to be heard by Garbinio jumping. So it's a matter of timing now as the Yoru tries to buy all the time in the world, and it's the Astra on Astra violence in B main that could be the main component here, as they're not going to be expecting that one. They're trying to push through Garbinio. He's trying to take a sweet time. Low HP on Koji. Al-Hob is still healthy. They have seen him, and Stallions is still able to work their way into that round. Well, that was a brawl, and this is where Stallions shine the best.
Just take those gunfights, force brawls to occur, and GX just find themselves struggle a little bit. The economic damage is massive here. It's not been a particularly close set one way or the other. A lot of back and forth here. Akai, very fortunate the Vandals only got 25 bullets as opposed to 30, but not going to be enough for, for GX, regardless. Akai, despite getting refragged very early on, able to do the damage, and Westside seeing the pace that the Stallions are playing and very much going, sure, we can do that as well.
Yeah, matching them in the pace, but still, it's not going to stop the Stallions from aggressively scaling. The flash is not the best there. Koji goes down for it, but they still trade one back. And they got the site, and they're trying to aggressively work their way through as well. So Sano catches a good timing on the Sova, ready for the next no trade from Westside. And that opens up the ground for the players of the Stallions that couldn't get either of those two frags. It's only Avix now. It's left momentarily, but Aura is going to quickly get rid of him. At least they planted the spike, so the finances are not going to be the worst thing in the world for the attack. But as he said, both teams are pushed to the brink.
Bank accounts reminding me of real life, and I play video games to get away from real life, but everyone looking a bit scrappy. Everyone's economy looking like this is the do or die, the make or break. Either Giant X get the equalizer, make it 3-3, and have an economic boon to match, or it will just be potentially the Stallions running off with it. The dark horses in a more literal way, and this use of the ultimate, I like the theory, but you just see the gunfights for the rest of the game go in the way of GX. It means by the time the spike is down, the ult has been used, everyone has already fallen, and GX, they want to meet this head on again in mid.
You think of the Zed song, how they want to meet them at the middle, but if Cloud and Westside can do such a thing, maybe it's not going to be much of a problem. Akai last time got an ace with the race. This time needs to do the exact same thing with the Jet. Only light heavy shields rather to his name and a Sheriff. He tries to go back for one more, couldn't find a shot this time. It's Cloud to find his hat-trick. And a tying of the rounds here as Giants X chip away at the buffer of Stallions. Looking better and better as Westside is leading the charts once again.
No surprises there, to be honest. I mean, the mid fights have been very solid. GX realizing, looking at each other and going, the Stallions really are trying to just get as much positioning and pacing before the executes come through. So we'll just prevent that from ever being the case. And good couple kills from Akai, not going to be enough. And with the spike not planted either, this is the round. The Bladestorm able to do a little bit of cheating for the economy on the side of Stallions, but this will be the last moment. Cosmic Divide, Dimensional Drift already popped. The Hunter's Fury actually tags Susano, comes out of it a little bit early, having to gate crash to get their side out of it. Alpha already falling to the operator. So despite the Cosmic Divide being used, GX looking very comfortable.
I mean, Westside has already got the information on Susano, and Aura might have that one away for free. The rest of the team are in the pits, and they are going to be taken care of one by one. They all get dissected. It is an absolute surgery here on that B side, just chipping away at all the pieces, and then they structure over that B side again. Giants X are back to their best.
Yeah, flawless as well. The spike at least goes down, but we need a little bit more from that. We can't just keep saying for the Stallions, the spike at least goes down. That's not going to be enough to get them to their third map here. If GX can keep this momentum going, if Giant X just refuse to give any more space to the Stallions here, we could be seeing pretty quick 2-0. It is GX's map pick for Breeze, and we've seen how comfortable they can be on it. Stallions, maybe just the over-reliance on the mechanics that can take you so far, but we might be seeing how far it truly takes you. Giant X not just needing the mechanics, they've got a lot more to deal with. Akai, though, just managing to out-operate with the Guardian. That's a good one to start.
Yeah, I mean, Akai has been on a heater here all day long. But right now, Hope got a chance to add more. Aura spotted on the Neon. Just a tough shot to handle. With how agile he can be. Akai adds one more to the tally. Slavered from Aura, but everyone else in Stallions are fighting their frags. Akai, from mid to B, he single-handedly opened up the round for Stallions. Susano just gonna give away another kill. Oh, it's so smart by Cloud.
Oh!
Taking the extra time. Now spotted though, so he's not gonna skate up for too long, but this could have even allowed Cloud even more space. But now that he's all alone, it's a 1-on-3, so it's a smarter call to save, but his team got the funds. They can definitely still try to play for the exits, if not for all three of those players if he wants to.
That's the thing. Are Stallions going to be their usual selves? They seem to be respecting a little bit more this time, Phil. You mentioned it in Game 1, or in Map 1, I should say, a bit more accurately, that Stallions seem to respect the name in front of them, and respecting a name is good, right? You know, Giant X, they're well known for a reason. They are prolific for a reason, but you start to give too much respect away, you start to fear the name in front of you, then the executes could fall apart, the confidence then isn't really existent, and again, Stallions, they're not going to have the timeouts, really. They're not going to gain the same benefit from them that Giant X will if the momentum starts to slip away from them. So regardless of the fact that we've got an even 4-4 here and the Stallions looking quite clean, it has to be said, again, they've got a lot more up against them than GX do.
Yeah, well, right now, it is such a good look, I would say, from Akai. If he continues playing like that, there's definitely a real world where we could go to a map 3. Pretty sure that I would be really happy if Stallions are making it to map 3. Kim seems to be sharing my excitement. This time around, though, the operator will find the spoils. Akai, I'm sorry for you, mate. Third time is gonna be the charm.
Yeah, Westside will only lose that so many times, right? The flash is a great distraction. Susano manages to clear out Ara. Not at all perturbed. Oh, the Yoru clone just gets a little bit stuck. There's no way to shimmy that either, so a key piece of utility potentially lost, especially you've got to look at Flickless. Has the Viper's Pit online already set up towards that B angle? There's no Viper Wall to cut it off either. No ultimates for the Stallions to really claim space off of as well, so this is going to be a very difficult storm into the trenches for them, and we might see exactly that fate befall them here. 50 seconds online, drone's going to get used to try and get any sort of space.
I mean, they're just trying to clear Flickless out of the pits. They're not going to spot him in the drone. Perfect timing from the Viper, and they reclaim A main, which is now going to be the space tested by Stallions for their finale. Grabinho is in a position to win it all. All he needs to do, just to stick his landing, a smoke to fake his presence. They might still clear the right side. Koji, smart, wising it up to that antic. And they find themselves with a space on the side itself. The operator spotted on back orange, but they still got the time necessary to get the spike on site. So that is going to be a plan 4-1. The next two, very long. in their rotation all the way through spawn. So Westside waits for his team already. Got Cloud pretty close by. He got the recon bolt, and he can try to flush them out. That is at least the idea that they have at hands, but they were entrenched too strong at either end, whether it is deep in sight or in main, and they're making sure that the Alper is not given an inch for free. Great timing for Cloud on the one. It's a double kill for Flickless to dissect them all on the side, and now it's only Avix, the IGL, left in that round. No space for him to find that one. It's not really planted for him. He's got the shots, and they're almost going to be enough on Westside. He wants to clear the next door. He had the ultimate, could have used it to win the round. But instead, he made the call and ended up being the wrong one. The Giants still standing strong.
Stallions really, Avix relying on that Hunter's Fury setup, and the way the spike was ticking, didn't really seem like Giant X were initially respecting that as an option. It did not seem like they were playing that with the urgency that the Stallions were hoping they could kind of force out, right? And it nearly was a heartbreaker. I want to see the damage from the diffuser, because I want to say Westside survives on 1, maybe 2 HP while diffusing there from Alpha. We're not going to be able to see that health value, but it was not large at all. Westside yet again, he wants to go for this. He goes for the flick towards the box, puts decent damage onto Susano. Not going to be enough for the frag, and the Stallions undisturbed by the operator shot that rings out. They still want to get onto this A side.
Well, Akai does what he does best. Another opener for him on the jet. He doubles down. The sole member to find anything for Stallions, and finally shut down. It is now Susano left in a 1-on-2. Westside, a little bit chipped. Could be caught on the drop, and it's a 1v1 for the Russian. He's ready to try to take care of Flickless. Got a gate crash for support. The timing on the box. He's going to be caught in the jump. So the favor is returned, and Giants seal 6.
Yeah, the operator back online as well. No concerns, no hesitation. Westside still with that dimensional drift here. You can really see Stallions, they get onto the site just fine, but they've either sacrificed too much utility to get online, they've sacrificed too much manpower to get on, and then Giant X just playing it very clinically, just not getting worried, not having to try and make a hero play, understanding exactly what is needed. That's the thing, right? Aura only gets 1, but it's exactly enough damage. It's all that was needed to keep this going.
Right now, good start from Akai, deleted by Flickless. Usually, you see an anchor struggling with a push of that pace, but no worries at all for Flickless, as he's still got support. Westside could find a collateral here. That's the Sino found. Quick trade from Koji, but they're only on the Sheriff, so it shouldn't be much of a trouble, and indeed it won't be. And Hope is the first face out. Aura already knows that there's one by the half wall, and it's not going to be much of an effort for Giants X if they clear him off one by one. A triple kill for Aura, and the Romanian able to find the lead for their team. 7-5 is the best that Stallions are going to be hoping for. And they got a couple of ultimates to make it happen.
They do. And if you're Giant X here, really, all you have to do is just say, hey, I remember what the half looked like on Split. Let's just do that again. So it's not very much a concern for Giant X just yet as well. The defense side for them typically been a very dominant performance as well. So the fact that they've got as many, or the attack side has been solid for them as well. Not as good as the defense, but one way or the other here. 7-5 or 8-4, especially if the timing's going to be that good. The dimensional drift completely ignored. Susano just not getting the information. Excellent use of the dimensional drift there. Just slide in and out of the Viper wall to let the Astra Concuss deal all the damage here. Speaking of, Cosmic Divide coming through. Westside matching the dimensional drift with his own. But this lurk, this flank from Aura, oh, he doesn't pull the trigger. But it actually backfires. Trigger discipline has yet again caused a series of unfortunate events. And GX not able to make that 8-4. Stallions hold strong.
A great round from Stallions. It was all in the hands of the Romanian, who've done so well traditionally for Giants. But this time, things not working. And well, I mean, Akai has been on a tear for the majority of the half, but I gotta say, it's Susano that have won them a few of those rounds later in the end. And that's the thing about the team, is that they're definitely a lineup that we said it on the green room on the break between the two games. My identity for Stallions is that they live by the blade, they die by the blade. And right now, we've seen a couple of rounds that were heroics, a couple of rounds that were good team play. And I'll say, outside of having big round deciding ultimates, it's their macro that sometimes lets them down against the world's best.
Been doing damage, and clearly the mechanics, right? Like, I mean, Stallions are not being particularly shaky whenever they're taking these encounters. I mean, 5 and 7 is not an awful scoreline for Breeze if you're either team, to be honest. I mean, yes, would you prefer to have the bigger number, of course, but you've still done the damage, you've still shown what you can do, and on this half-time switch up here, I really just want to be seeing what Giant X can do, because we've seen what a Jet Yoru attack looks like. A Neon Yoru, though, is a different beast, especially if R is looking as comfortable as they currently are.
R is looking really comfy, and as he said, though, now we're seeing them on the attack. We're going to see the value of that fast lane. We're going to see the value of the relay bolt, especially with the changes to Breeze that is making it a smaller map overall. So, absolutely, you know, there's more value now than ever on a Breeze to bring over that Neon. And I'll say, like, Akai, individually, top of the scoreboard again. But that is always going to be the case for Stallions, that if they are to find success against the VCT teams, like, we got Giants here for this one. We got Vitality coming up next. I'm going to be very real with everyone. As much as I think that some of the star players in, like, Paze and Akai definitely are some of the best in this tier 2, they're not going to really outshoot a Durka. They're not really going to outshoot a Westside in this kind of form.
No, definitely not. I mean, Westside, to my knowledge, I think, maybe not a 100% shot hit rate, but basically if his operator has been fired, it's usually takes at least one member of Stallions down with him there. Westside has been so good with that, and I mean, 15 and 8 with the next highest being Flickless and Cloud on 9. You really do just have to say that Westside is currently feeling something very, very comfortable, and this is why Double Duelist is so good, right? I mean, you can let Ara just run in with the fast lane, run in with the Neon. You don't have to rely on the Yoru for everything, so the operator becomes a much bigger kind of factor to consider. And in a match like this, with the Yoru, the only one with the flashes that typically end up having the optules, very, very risky and very back and forth, which I feel we've been seeing from Westside and Akai specifically very, very, very cleanly.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a little bit more by the nature of the Breeze, right? Like, Breeze leans itself more into what Stallions would want. Open duels, not a lot of close ranges right there for the Neon. Perfect playing range, but Akai and Koji expertly dealing with that initial phase. So, Stallions with a man advantage at the first phase. They got the retake. 4 on 3, but you can tell Susano not really showing in the main pack initially, just trying to hold elbow, making sure that there's nobody really trying to do any shenanigans. And now they saw the retakes, 3 strong from Arch, and they still got some util on Avex.
Good piece of util, but Flickless has this time. Because the retake is so slow, Flickless has been able to slow walk up this entire way of elbow, the Viper wall. The minute that goes down, there can be an execution. The shots do not find their mark, they eventually do. But Avex and Susano here, they've managed to clear out very, very methodically. They've managed to get all the space they need. A 3 versus 1. Turbino has been doing some very solid work. Cannot get that done, though. Susano with the defuse, and Stallions answer back with a 7-6 scoreline for the second pistol round.
Yeah, and you know, that's not only an answer in terms of this second half, it's only an answer in terms of the pistols, where they have lost both. We've seen their defense on split, and we were rightfully questioning their gambit that they had on the A site on the split. Right now, this is much more of a default round, and I gotta say, expertly handled by all their pieces. They played for the util, they played for their numbers. Still the weakness of not really identifying the flank opportunities of Giants. But outside of that, they look phenomenal on terms of their execution, right? Like, everyone knows their assignments, everyone is shooting their shots, and that's going to be really important for them, because they are a team that, well, shooting-wise, they're looking really solid right now.
My days, the utility's being respected. The utility is being pushed through. Koji just deciding to stand his ground, meet the opposition from Arch, but only going to be good for one here. Meanwhile, actually, we do see that extra frag coming through. Cloud falls on a complete different aspect that no one could have predicted. So a big double kill coming through. Stallions now having to deal with this retake yet again, but all angles being checked, nothing being left unturned, nothing being given away for GX. Stuck on the back of this site. Now you've got Flickless on this arch angle, but Alpha, you can see how much he's trying to clear. You can see exactly what he wants, and yeah, he's good for one, but actually Flickless bursts out of the arch, picks up the Spectre. Suddenly Avix, a 1 versus 2 here. Very stressed. He has an idea of where Westside could be. He gets the headshot on to Flickless, but the time just isn't gonna be there. Westside picks it up, and GX hold firm.
Yeah, they hold pretty solidly on that second round as well. Tough, I guess the bitter truth here for Stallions is that that's a tough pill to swallow. Because in your second round, they didn't invest the most, but I feel like just Akai dying down to Westside on a classic of all things was really a tough duel for them to handle afterwards. Because last time around, they were able to play 2 players only, with the utility being plentiful in this round too. The Giants were just able to overwhelm them on the site, and to the best of Stallion's ability, they were able to trade a few kills back, but it's not always just about the trades. Right there, as you can see, Akai taking a dual try, able to still find the value. I mean, this man is immense, mechanically speaking, but mechanics can only get you so far. And I feel like right now we're seeing the limits of it by Stallions.
It's a heartbreaking thing because good mechanics, yeah, absolutely will take you to the kind of, I wouldn't even say the highest of high in Radiant, right? It'll maybe have you scratching the surface of Radiant, but mechanics, as you said, they only get you so far. You do need that coordination, that cohesion from the utility, and it just seems like Giant X at the moment on these attacks, right? Stallions have to deal with so much. They're dealing with the Fastly and the flashbangs from Westside, or the curveball, I guess I should say. No, curveball's blindside. Curveball's Phoenix's flash. But the blindside, everything has been so clean. Even just Giant X here, they have the control of the space. They know Stallions are going to want to push to try and at least make a statement. And Giant X, they make one of their own. And let's face it, if you're waiting for Stallions for a timeout, ladies and gents, you might be waiting a while.
Yeah, as we said, like a team without a coach, they don't really take those timeouts that often, but if Susano finds the first blood, it makes it a lot easier for them to manage. A 5-on-4, Susano caught over though. He's got a gate crash, and I would wager that he should use it because now he's given his life as tribute. A bit unnecessary, I'll just have to say there, by Stallions, and it really has become a recurring theme of their defenses more often than not. Is that, sure, you know, it's good to know where to take the right duels, but it's always bad to overstay your welcome.
It's so easy as well to get caught up in that. You get the first frag and the confidence, right? You get the first one and you go, great, okay, the mechanics are there, the aim is there, I understand what's needed of me, and then the rest of it just doesn't quite go the same way. That is clinical, though. None of that is to do with mechanics. Avix gets a clean double tap on the head, let's not mince words, but something that should be expected from that level of a crossfire, and it is again played to absolute perfection. As soon as that spike is tapped, Avix is already on the side of the wall, jumps over the box, sees the opposing Sova. No shenanigans ensue, no spike planted, and we are seeing how the Stallions are able to cope with Giant X's offense as long as they hit the foot on the brake when they need to.
Yeah, and that's just the key component, right? That I feel like Stallions is a conditional team by nature. Yeah. If they hit their shots, they can beat anyone. If they put on the brakes, they can win retakes. It's always like the potential is there. You know, they're a potential man incarnate. But right now, potential is one thing. They have a team that is also filled to the brim with potential. You know, Giants a pretty young roster in comparison to a lot of the other teams in the VCT level, and we've seen a lot of their ceiling. I would say that I personally didn't think that they would go down that early in kickoff, but they definitely still were a decent competition. Akai doesn't have a dash anymore, so he's gonna be left dead to rights if he's caught there. The drone caught him. He hasn't made the drop. They're trying to pressure him from the other side. 2 players from the left. He's able to find a dink on the first, but not the killing blow. 3 players for Hope, but none of them found. It's a clean entry, a double take for Westside. They only trade 1 back from the other side. Now they need the Hunter's Fury to find value. Susano low on HP, but he gives away the information. Aura strafing away around that arrow. And they're still unable to find kills. Quick shot by Grabinho. It's Avex and Koji. Left in a 2-on-4. Now it's just the IGL left in the clutch.
What a one-tap that was from Grabinho, by the way. I don't know if my feed just kind of messed up a shot, but to flick onto Yoru coming out of the Dimensional Drift, get a single bullet like that. Yeah, that was wild. That was an excellent piece of shooting, and Cloud just putting the nail in the coffin here. 10 rounds up against Stallion 7, and if you want another piece of feedback, honestly, again, these players are on the server and I'm up here for a reason, but having Alpha being the backup there for Akai when the Astra utility is global, I mean, you can stun from anywhere. You can use the gravitational pull at any aspect. Yeah, that was a one-shot. That was a clean one-tap. But you've got those stars to slow the aggression, right? You've got all of that to kind of make Akai have an easier time on top of that box, and instead both of them just end up falling, end up crumbling to Giant X's offense, and I can kind of see that happening again. A sole member on the B side.
And look, let's not forget their economy is nearly broken. Funds are gonna be a concern, but if Susano finds shots like these, nothing is gonna be a worry for Stallions. Aura and Westside both gone, no duelist, no penetration back into that middle possession. It should be easier for Hope, but he only got a sheriff, so might not be the easiest thing in the world. They take those duels head on. Akai good for the one. You know where Cloud is coming from, but Hope, as we said, weaker on the firepower. Very late on the rotations are Stallions. They still should have the numbers advantage. But the Spectre up close could be dangerous. Akai clears over the one, and Cloud is no trouble for the Star Duelist. Akai continues to excel. Oh, this man can topple giants himself.
What a guy is Akai. Walks in, takes the 1v1s, takes the 4v1s, and he can walk away the victor. Giant X slowly but surely stumbling their way, not able to find their footing in the Golden Sands as maybe as confidently as they would have liked. Stallions definitely some life in on them here, especially off of this just unfortunate timing, right? The Astra Star drops, the mid control isn't really there, and then Akai just decides to do it all. Grabinho, risky attempt on the push through the smoke. I love seeing the attempt, but those are the kind of risks, you mentioned it in Game 1, Vault, you don't really have to take them whenever you're in the lead, and particularly when the round differential is so close.
Yeah, but I mean, right now, with GX basically being 2 rounds away from the win, risks are not taken. Last time around, Susano was able to find a pair. This time, not really them that much. It's actually Havix. They'll be getting caught on the other side. Akai tries his best, but his Blade Storm is gonna be calmed. It is Susano now to start off the retake. Stallion still not in the best of positions. The Viper's Pit is taking over an extension towards the tunnel, so it's not the easiest for Koji to battle through. And Hob only good for a single kill. And it's Koji and Susano, the Viper, supposedly trying to take her Omega counterpart. The clash continues with Koji falling down, and it's 11 on the board. Just a step away now. This is gonna be the final buy for Stallions. I say that, but their funds is not even in the best of positions. Like, you look at their buy, right? Koji and Akai are able to afford rifles, but what can the rest of the team do? With Susano dropped the AWP, what is that Hop gonna play for? It's just the pistols. Not really the most coordinated of purchases, but that AWP could prove to be valuable.
It needs to be, because you're against, right, you're against the Viper's Pit, you're against like the Cosmic Divide and such. There's a lot of utility here. It is your own Viper's Pit, of course, but it means the operator kind of has to funnel towards that A site, and we've been seeing how these duels have been going towards the mid. Akai cannot make this happen. Viper's arms are chilling just a bit away from where Viper actually is, but we won't concern ourselves with that too much. Koji and Flickless, maybe just what's the term? They're armless, shall we say. And Susano certainly isn't. Grabinho falls, the operator shot does land, and it is going to funnel GX into this B site, into potentially this Viper's pit. They'll have to work around it entirely, and it's all up to Avix potentially to keep his Viper safe, and that he cannot do.
Yeah, Koji only good 4-1. Avix gone pretty early. Susano couldn't even get the refrag with the op, and now it's all left for Hope to try the deny match point. So 1-on-3 for the Astra, 2 stars. At least one is ready. The second is still recharging. Cloud holding the perfect line of sight, that Hope catches him off guard, but couldn't deliver the killing blow. And now, trying to work his way into that crossfire. One on the left, one on the right. Aura on the back of the pillars, just in case. This should be impossible. And it is. Flickless finds his hat trick, and GX one away from closing this one out.
Really does feel like quite a metaphor for Grabinho or for Alphab, sorry, to walk in there, and essentially the guillotine being just dropped on his head. Cosmic Divide and the Dimensional Drift, 2 very solid ultimates used in combination with each other. A bit more difficult though to kind of use them proactively on the attack, or on the defense, sorry. You're basically having to wait for the retake, which means giving Giant X that space, which could already be too far from them, and we get to see that now, the difference coming through. And it might just be too far gone here, especially if Susano falls and Westside's operator finds one. Akai answers back, but having to do a lot more as his team falls around him.
The Emirati now ask of the world, as it's him and Hope against the world as it is. And Westside closing in on the side. It's a fake gate crash, and he's still posted with the sniper. Should really be a no contest. Sure, the Guardian is lethal at the head range, but to find a headshot there from Akai, not going to be that easy, especially with Grabinho catching him moonwalking. And that should be the game right then and there. Hope is not off the contest. Flickless finds that one. And GX proving that the VCT indeed reigns supreme. That's a 2-0 for the Giants. And Sally is now locked into the lower bracket.
I mean, again, having to fight against literal giants. It was a good showing, to be honest. Split looking pretty one-sided, let's face it. Breeze, though, definitely Stallions feeling a little bit more comfortable with their capability in taking their fights, taking their duels. It just wasn't enough at the end, right? Again, we said mechanics will only take you so far, and GX had a lot more than just mechanics.
Absolutely. Had it a lot of team play. It showed up that they are the better unit, and especially Stallion did it improve to be better than the solo their part. Of course, they're feeling it's so long. They still got lower bracket, not to mention that even if they are not near, this is invaluable experience for a team. This is their first foray into National League.
Hey, look, you get a coach and suddenly the coach tells you what goes wrong? Who knows? Different developments, different stories, and that discussion will be led and continued by our wonderful analysts. Take it away, Jude and Kim.
Thank you so much, Volt and Dante, for the commentary. Stallions did put up a fair fight this time, but it still wasn't enough to take down GX. I think we've seen a very different game from Split, definitely from both sides.
Of course we did, and one of the reasons is that I mentioned from before the matches started is that Breeze relies sometimes really heavy on the firepower, which we can see that Stallions have, but the caster said it could only take you so far. I mean, the utility usage by GX was surpassing Stallion's abilities, and to be honest, once again, there was not a single timeout to break GX's momentum, which made a huge difference. I mean, the momentum kept on building, the confidence kept on rising, and that took a huge toll. And one of the things that I wanted to highlight is that on the first half, Stallions, it just seemed like they didn't have post-plans. After losing the fights, they just didn't retract back and try to hold the spike down. It was just a run it down and trying to take duels as much as possible, which did not work in their favor so many times. They controlled the tempo, they kind of tried to take fights, they explored the map a little bit better on attack, but it can only do so much without using better utility on their end. And the second half, it was good on their end. I felt like B side, they had it under control, which allowed GX to explore a little bit more through mid and B, and that made the change. They were holding B side quite good, and they just were weaker on A side execution with the retakes.
And actually, we can see it on the scoreboard because effectively, the spike exploded twice and has been diffused 3 times when Stallions were on attack. So yes, there was definitely a plan missing on this attack side. I think it's still good that it managed to take 5 rounds, but I think it was also partly because it's clear that for Giantx, Breeze is still a work in progress. There was also not that much, I think, on the strategy there.
Yeah, definitely. Like I said, there were no structural plans. Like you couldn't see post plans. I mean, one of the things that happened when Avex had a 1v2 against Sano and someone else, I really can't remember which one it was. He had ult. He had every single chance of util to be used to win that post plan, but it wasn't used. So their utility usage, you're gonna see a little bit of miss over there, a little bit of lack of structure on Stallion's side, and once again, I cannot emphasize this enough, the timeout is much needed to be used in order to break momentum and take a breather. That could have such a big impact on Stallion's team, and I don't know why it's not being structured yet.
I think maybe the captain doesn't have that kind of leadership where he makes speeches, and they're much more focused on wanting to stay in the momentum in the game. I agree that being a professional team, you probably need a bit more structure. Yes, you can use that aggressivity, that energy, that these duels, this individual skill, but it will at some point not be enough to beat the best teams in the world. And this game, this matchup against Giantx, I think kind of illustrate that pretty well. They were definitely not at the level here. There are strong individualities on the side of Stallions, but overall the team is not as complete as a team from VCT EMEA.
That's true. It's not going to be much of, let's be honest, a competitive side or a good competitive side of Stallion's take on this timeout thing. And to be honest, even if you're a good player, even if you can aim good, which Stallions obviously are, it's still not good enough with that proper util usage on retakes, especially because they suffered a lot on A side. There was some moments where Akai was just being on top of the box on A side, and he just took a chance. He lost the fight, and it was just, there were some macros that they really needed to emphasize on.
And one player that is still standing strong here is West Side. He did again an amazing map on this Euro. I don't know, maybe it's gonna take the place of Ara, but definitely this is a huge thing for Giantx and opens a lot of door if it works really on tier 1, because now this is still against Stallion, so it's not the real challenge for Giantx, but they will face, because they won, an EMEA VCT team, and I hope they try this, because this really worked well today, and I think there is something to do there.
Yes, I am absolutely loving Westside's impact as a Euro. I mean, I've seen him with a Sentinel before, I've seen him, if I'm not mistaken, with a Viper, but this level of impact was remarkable on his side. I mean, we can see the ACS score. It was a close, fairly ACS, but at the end of the day, it was mostly just duels on Akai's side. Meanwhile, Westside was having a better composition alongside his team, and his impact was immense on this game, no denial.
And one of the big impacts it had was the first kill. He has 6 first kill in the game, whereas Akai has only 3. and 7 first death for Akai, so definitely the impact from Westside was a lot bigger in this game. And on Split, he made a statement. For me, this is a statement from Giantx saying, okay, we have the player actually that can play Euro in the double duelist setup. Let's go, this is it. Let's unleash the meta for this team, because there is, for me, a huge open door.
Of course it is, and the fact that he switched up from Sentinel mainly to a duelist is such a different and huge change. But honestly, after what I've seen today, that could give the team some kind of ideas for the future, that Westside is more than capable of playing duelist instead of a Sentinel.
Definitely, and it really brings something new also to the possibilities that you can do on this team, because if you have that kind of flex player that is able to shine on several roles, especially on the Euro that is so huge right now, this is really different. You have a lot of opportunities.
Of course, and that allows for more compositions in the future for the team, knowing that someone could be flexible and plays the Euro, especially on a meta right now with double duelists running a lot on the competitive scene. That could be impactful. I mean, that shakiness from what we saw during kickoff could actually change if they opened up the opportunity for players to explore new agents or new roles that didn't explore before.
And as we speak about the website, we do have him from an interview, so let's ask him what happened there. Hello, Westside.
Hello.
Can you hear us?
Hello.
Yay!
Yes, I
Thank
can
you
hear
so much for being here. Perfect. Let's thank you so much for being here, and congrats for the victory. It was an impressive game. We were so happy to see you on the Euro. What is the thinking behind this? Because you haven't really played the agent before.
I mean, you know, right now meta in Valorant is pretty rough, straightforward little bit, and we are just like experimenting little bit and trying out stuff, and this is what we came up with today.
Did you expect, or were you planning on ever playing a duelist? And how do you feel after such amazing scores on your end?
I mean, you know, it always feels nice. But yeah, like in the future we will see what will show, maybe something else. We are not sure 100% what we will show, but yeah, for now it is this.
At least for us, we know what we want to see, because you were really amazing tonight on the Euro, and we definitely would like to see more of that in the future. Also, another question that we had is that you picked the Breeze, which is not one of your strong map. Was it kind of a counterplay against Stallions because they did not play that much in the beginning of the year?
Not really. I think we just went into the maps that we just wanted to play as a team. You know, we wanted to play Breeze today because we felt like it, so we went with the feeling, and it was correct way to do it. You know.
So are we gonna expect you to perform in other roles, and do you feel comfortable after this match specifically, after your duelist role?
I mean, do I feel comfortable? I feel comfortable. If I would not, I would probably play something else, you know. But of course, winning games and performing good into these games is helping out to feel even better for the upcoming games. So, but we need to also see how it will, for example, go against even stronger opponents, right?
Definitely, it's not going to be the same probably against a VCT team, but we wish you very well. We hope to see more from Giantx. It was amazing to see you guys perform today. Thank you for being with us, Westside, and have a good night.
Become easy, but this double swing should be difficult. The EMEA season kicks off at full throttle in 2026. Right after the conclusion of VCT EMEA kickoff and before the start of Masters Santiago, a brand new competition enters the arena, VALORANT EMEA Clash. With 3 VCT EMEA slots on the line for Masters Santiago, 6 of the remaining 9 teams will earn a chance to battle the best teams from the Challengers regions. VALORANT EMEA Clash features 2 interconnected double elimination brackets, Alpha and Omega. Each of these brackets will then crown its own champion. The top 4 teams from VCT EMEA Kickoff will be seeded directly into the second round of these brackets, receiving a bye, and the remaining 2 VCT teams will join 6 Challengers teams in a shared pool. From there, a fully randomized draw will determine placements, with one rule only: the 2 VCT teams cannot land in the same bracket. Starting from round 2, a loss in the upper bracket of Alpha sends a team into the lower bracket of Omega, and vice versa. Every defeat reshapes the battlefield, forcing teams to clash across the 2 worlds as the tournament progresses. As the event unfolds, Alpha and Omega will continue to intertwine at every stage, keeping both teams and fans on edge. Are you ready for Clash? Tune in February 19th to the 25th and support your favorite team as 2 worlds collide for the very first time.
half of it. I got dreams of looking up, high as I can get. But nothing feels like how it feels to know these things I don't know yet. The weight of everything, and everything's just fate. Sometimes I'm trapped inside and I don't know what I'm gonna do. But to take on the world is the only thing that we know how to do. I've got dreams of finding out what all of this is for. It's you and me, and everywhere we go will lead to an open door. We made our mistakes, the good and bad days, but nothing really breaks if I got you. Look at the sky when you go outside, and know there is nothing to keep me back.
What are you afraid of?
Welcome back, everyone. After a first duel convincingly controlled by Giantex, it's time to turn our attention to our second showdown for the day. And this one will not be easy. But first, let's look back at our second clash, the little competition between the best player of the teams. We had Focused against Enterprise Sport, and it's Focused that won. I think it's the Quadra, the clutch one before.
Yes, it was. It was such a beautiful clutch by Serial, if I'm not mistaken. It was a good play on their end. I'm not surprised. Both the kills, both clutches were good, but I would prefer the Focus one as well.
Yeah, we agree on this one, so we're happy. They're gonna face Navi in a few days, and we will see what Navi will offer to try and take the lead in this bracket. But for this second clash, we have Ulf against Job Life. I'm really curious to see what they find from both of these teams, because Ulf had a difficult run in kickoff, and Job Life had an amazing run, so I think there is something to dig there.
Definitely, but I think that out of like even the rough starts, you can always find players doing some crazy clips and pulling some crazy shots.
Definitely, and let's see at what Ulf can offer.
But look at Fabian's walk. Look at this timing.
They gave up mid, yeah.
It's another flank by Fabian, if I'm not mistaken.
This is four players in main and one on each side. Ooh, this is some good game sense from Ulf.
They could not have got the timing better there.
I saw this one, if I'm not mistaken. It had me definitely screaming. That was such a good flank.
Definitely, I think I would have loved to cast that. A huge player, very good. I think also we have to realize that it's not that easy to put a team in this position in a competitive matchup, because they're really isolated in the main, and they're really surprising the opponent there. Amazing play.
It is, and to be honest, as a player, please don't mind me, I'm like just a ranked player, but at the same time I find it really difficult to shoot someone who's not looking at you. That's the hardest skill.
I think you're also there's a bit of adrenaline, because you're surprised that you find someone that is not seeing you, and you know there is the element of surprise, so you're a bit scared that you will miss the opportunity, and I think that's what also happens there. But with that said, let's look at the play from Job Life.
Est-ce qu'elle va donner un kill? Oui. On veut réagir au niveau de cette lampe. Et on a 30 secondes.
They runner? Oh no, Cammy.
Cammy trop solide. Triple kill.
This hold. That was such a good hold.
Very good play, yes. But I think it was more of a classic play. Very good one, triple kill, yes. But still nothing as impressive as what we've seen from other team. I think on this one I will wave the way of Ulf, but viewers, this is your decision. You are able to vote in the chat no matter where you are looking at this broadcast, so be sure to select your favorite play. What is yours, Jude?
I would say definitely Ulf, to be honest. I completely align with you on what you said, so I would pick Ulf as well.
Let's see what the chat has to say on this. Maybe they will disagree. I know that Job Life has a lot of fans, so maybe this will help them take the lead. But no matter what, their play was still good. And also, just to remind you that you can watch, so we will look at the second matchup here, which is Vitality against Focus, but you can look at the other matchup on the other broadcast. It is available live on Valorant Challengers Turkey, so don't hesitate to go and watch there if you want to see your favorite team, which are KC and Foot Esports. The other matchup, Navy against Ulf, is over, and Ulf actually won. They pulled it off. I think maybe this is because of the fact that they have the full roster with the two players that were too young to play in the kickoff. What do you think?
I think, honestly, when I saw this, I thought Navi definitely had it, considering their new roster after Angel leaving. But I guess Ulf, I have to review the VOD. I have to see what happened.
I really high expectation for this team in the upcoming year. the kickoff was not that bad. There were some strong plays. There's some strong individualities with the full roster. I mean, I don't want to jinx them, but I really think they can make it to international and even maybe to champions, because the year is still very long and they're showing great things. And keep in mind that they are very young players, so I think the more you take time to actually build this synergy, build the team, build the strat, make them more comfortable in international level, this would really be a possibility for Ulf, definitely.
Yeah, I think Ulf has a lot of potential, even though with their shaky start. I think that they have a lot of potential, but let's focus on the second series that we're gonna have today, which is Team Vitality versus Focus. So we have the roster. I personally keeping an eye on Sayonara for one reason is that that's his first appearance since 2025 competitively, and I want to see what they're cooking with him. They were playing with a different roster. Now Sayonara is back. What do you think about this? And who do you keep your eye on, Ken?
I agree with you. I think Sayonara is gonna bring a lot. He was too young, unfortunately, to play in the kickoff, but he was there on the roster they had on back at the end of the year, and he played with the academy team at the end of the year. So really great things from him. He really destroyed VCL France, so I'm looking forward to see him play. And for Focus, there's really strong individualities also there. I'm not sure they're up against Vitality, because this is one tough opponent to take down, but there are still very good individualities. I think about Pace that played very well yesterday, so maybe there is something there.
Of course, I mean, they're all individually really talented, but personally, I have my eye on Malzy and Serial. I've seen them. Malzy was in Apex in Tier 1, and Serial was with Team Liquid, if I'm not mistaken. So those are the two players that I have my eye on mostly, because we've seen them experience the stage. We've seen them experiencing like the same level that we're currently seeing from the Tier 1 players. So those are the two people that I expect the most out of during this roster.
Cyril, this definitely is a very good player that has a lot of experience, and yes, he even went to Masters in 2025 with Team Liquid, so a huge player that has played on the highest stages can definitely bring a lot to Focus, and I'm sure his experience will be priceless. As we look at the veto, we can see that we will have Abyss picked up by Focus. I'm a bit surprised because they played it a lot, but it was not always their first choice.
That is true, and I'm shocked that they picked it considering how strong Team Vitality is. I mean, both of those teams played V2 on this map, one of those first teams that played V2, and I'm expecting a lot of excuse me, I'm expecting a lot of plays from both teams, but again, Vitality played against GX on the exact same map and they went 13-0, so they're not a team that you would personally want to face on this map.
This is one scary team, but they did lose against Fnatic and BBL, but yes, we know that Fnatic and BBL are one of the best teams. BBL obviously won the first place, the first ticket for Masters in VCT EMEA this year, so very strong team. Fnatic was a bit under what we used to see, where we used to see them, but still a very strong team. Yeah, I don't know. I think they can do the best and the worst Vitality on this map, so this is a huge bet that Focus are taking. I'm not sure this is the time where you want to take bets, but maybe there is not any better time, because EMEA Clash happens only once a year and it's not so often that you actually face tier 1 team, so why not take it? I mean, I'm gonna trust Focus and say that they win this first map.
I mean, Focus have a lot of potential. They're kind of the underdogs, so I'm also expecting good gameplay. I'm also expecting high level of competitiveness on both sides. But also, on the other hand, Vitality can be a little bit too aggressive, and they do lose rounds and they do bleed sometimes. So that could be in their favor. To be honest, for me, I would expect a third map. I hope I would see a third map. We didn't see a third map neither yesterday or today. But I'm hoping it's a 2-1 for Vitality. Do you have any predictions?
I would like the 2-1, but I don't think it's gonna go this way. But let's say Focus actually managed to take this Abyss. Breeze is not. It's not a good look for Focus in my opinion, because Vitality are very, very strong on this map. They actually won against Team Liquid, and the other one they were very close, 9-13. So yeah, it's gonna be a difficult one. But Abyss, maybe they can do it, and I want to trust them. So let's say 2-1 for Liquid also.
Hopefully, and to be honest, one of the players, speaking of like the roster and the changes and everything, I'm expecting a lot from the Opper Yampi. I'm loving the Opper, the Yampi Yoro. It has been effective. It's something that I didn't expect. And oh, Chronicle changed actually. He's playing Harbor right now.
I was gonna say that actually these two teams play the same comp on Abyss, but no, Vitality is doing like Giant Tech, just trying new things. And this is the new Arbor. We're on patch 12.02, so we're gonna see this new agent in action by Chronicle, no less. It's gonna be amazing. I'm so jazzed for it.
Yes, I'm pretty excited. I love that the teams are experimenting other things and different agents. And one of the players that I want to highlight also is actually Chronicle. He's one of the most consistent players. That he is flexible and he has such a deep agent pool that you can actually trust him with trying different agents. On the other hand, Malzy, I'm loving the V2. I feel like V2 is such a good addition to try on Abyss, especially. He can be really effective on defense rounds and lurks.
And Dirk is such a strong player on the Neon. This is pure pleasure to watch for the viewers, definitely. I think it's going to be very interesting. I like that they're using this tournament to try in new lineups, because this is also what it is for. Obviously, Vitality is hugely favorite in this matchup, so why not use this to try new thing? And we had this in the interview with Westside, where he said that he clearly said that they were trying new things, and that it was to kind of test the water, and see what it could become against a better team.
Yeah, of course. And to be honest, even switching, I think that Harbor is such a good choice considering the rework that he had done. And I have not seen him on EMEA, and correct me if I'm wrong, I have not seen him this year on EMEA, and I feel like he's one of the most underrated agents that are not being played more often by competitive teams. The rework is really phenomenal. Personally, I've been even like spamming Harbor in my ranked games. So I'm liking the fact that they switched a little bit, they're experimenting, and it could be dangerous for Vitality actually. Not underestimating them, but it could be dangerous considering that this is a new composition.
Definitely, and I think they're still trying to make this comp work. And yes, I agree with you. I think Arbor definitely has a lot of potential, and the rework is very interesting. The hardest part, I think, for him is that the pool of controller is just too good. You have the Astra that is so impactful on the game, the Omen that is a bit less impactful now that the Paranoia is a bit harder to target because it's narrower than before. But you have the Viper also, so yes, a lot of controllers that are very, very good. But let's see what the casters have to say about these two compositions. Back to you guys.
Well, here we are, series number 2. Bit weird to say it so early on. The initial 2-0 showing by Giant X versus the Stallions didn't quite go the way we were hoping. Maybe a third map, but at the very least, we are here now. Myself, Mad Dante, the ever lovely Volt still joining me. And Volt, we have agent lineups to yap about. This is very exciting.
We're both absolutely ecstatic about the Harbor. I'm pretty sure if you're a KC fan, you're kind of sick of it at this point. You're like, get this shit away from me on. But if you're a fan of Vitality, it's like the best happenings at all, right? Like, Sayonara is going to be back for stage 1. They're already playing with him. Last time they played was in... So this is already, you know, like the test drive of what Vitality are going to be. And the fact that Chronicle can pull that Harbor out of left field, might catch a team like full guard, because like this is the battle of the super teams, right? Vitality is trying to be the super team of VCT. Focus is definitely the like you would say the second super team. It's like them and Job Life that are like the two super teams for the VCLs.
Yep. Yes, definitely. And I mean, if Focus can make Vitality squirm here, then that is anything just to show what the potential for them is. They've got Mulsey on the Veto on Abyss. Now, I've had my kind of misgivings about Veto. I think there is a potential to him. I just don't think he's strong enough yet to, in my opinion, warrant him being chosen as an agent. The Interceptor can just be out kind of played. It can just be patiented around. So I'm a little bit shaky on it, but Mulsey, more than happy to be proven wrong. And then for anyone that doesn't know, yes, Chronicle is working with the new and improved Harbour. Bigger wall, stronger cove. Reckoning can now be stopped at any choke point. So the post plant actually, from when we see Vitality on offense, or the retakes for them will be a lot stronger. So keep an eye on that ultimate, because it's still fairly cheap for all that it can do. And this is a very, very patient round, Volt. We can already tell that the atmosphere is a little bit different between these two.
Yeah, I mean, this is the game where both teams are neck and neck for Focus. Of course, you understand that Ascension with 7 still we that cute calculation where it can indeed be very intriguing for the teams in this level, at least in the VCLs, where they get a chance to qualify for the chance. And this is a team that can in the job, but a player like Pays is supposed to be the star team. VCT experience, Pyro, with also Serial. But, well, not gonna last. Prophet finds the initial Vitality 4 strong on that read. They know where it is, and he's not gonna be standing that long either. If I do so well, it's only Pays the remaining with Pyro. Just the Yoru. Shot found, it is great, but could a multi-kill. So Vitality, great works. To close that off, it's going to be a pistol around him, and they should be positioned now to lead this game on defense.
Very nice kind of play around the B side, which is essentially just ignore it. It's very tough to hold that down, especially we are seeing the Waylay come through from Focus backed up with a Yoru, so it is going to be a very explosive kind of entry onto the site from Focus, and you can already tell Vitality understand that. They go through mid, they get the control of these extremities, and then the spike's beeping away, but they know they've got plenty of time. They've got the numbers advantage coming through, so it's just a clean retake. The utility not even really necessary here. And Vitality scooping up the first round. Pretty silver platter, all things considered, but Focus not going to give them much more without a fight.
Shotgun, not the best at that kind of range, yet still, they're not going to be able to do too bad. A lot of damage there on the Pyro still. And things are looking pretty solid on the other side.
Very, very clean work coming through. Very, very nicely done. Excellent strat to get Durka out of that defensive position. The judge now stolen away. Mulsey managing to pick it up. A shotgun for his troubles is going to be a massive deal here. So we will see if it can really come through. Tunnel into tower now suddenly becomes a much more difficult fight. Sayonara, the man himself, the person we were talking about, deserving all the love, gets the frag and he just plays distraction. Chronicle jumps out of the Astra Star, finds 2 for his troubles. Doubt the judge is going to be any better for you there. Yeah, they're finally a gun that can take that fight at this range, and he's got the support now of Prophet. So doubt that the Sheriff will be the difference maker here. As I say that, Wallbang comes through, Serial falls, and Vitality just have a lock on this mid.
Well, great play from Vitality is exactly what you expect out of them. And now Focus, didn't do too bad on that round. It was definitely not the worst idea in the world to do what they are trying to do on A main, but at the end of the day, still a good round for them. You look at the replay, like a couple of good shots for sure by the size of Vitality in that second round, and I gotta say, like Chronicle, he's always gonna be one of the most dangerous in the world. And well, speaking of the most dangerous, a judge up close can do a world of harm. The Harbor cut another rotations from Focus, that even that cross on stairs, that's not gonna really be an easy one. The TP crossing over at middle, but it is well identified by Ampy on the other end, so it's a death sentence if Pyro actually takes it. And instead, they're just trying to wrestle the angle, trying to absorb as much util from the defense that they can inside of Focus.
It's good poke and prod, and they've realized that mid was kind of causing them issues here. They've got still the extremity though from that B side. Durka will be punished if he tries to swing this corner. Serial is not letting this site away for free. But the patience that's really been shown here, Durka, if anything, loses his first attempt with the judge, but he says, I can try it again. He hears the drop. So the information is there. Some noise being made. You don't have to worry about a TP. Jump Peak gets the information. The smoke is played to perfection, though. Durka twice attempted with the judge, twice gets nothing. A decent bit of damage online. So Perfect actually dealing with a lot lower HP individuals, but still does fall 1 for 1.
Good work there from Vitality though, trading back the double. Shinnok still solid for one more. And they're quickly able to put this spike down. It's a 2-on-2 for him and Serial, who starts off well. And Yampi's not going to be much of a trouble either. 140 is not enough from the Outlaw. Focus still taking plenty of damage, but they got across the finish line, which is the most important part.
2 players alive, Spike still planted, and you've got Mulsey online for that evolution. If anyone maybe still hasn't just seen a decent bit of Vito, we were talking about it, he is a bit more of a comfortable pick here. Seen teams like All Gamers for VCT China and such pick him up as well. So a lot of teams are beginning to understand his value, but damn if he's not a difficult agent to play. And the ultimate, very feast or famine. Pretty much the same as Reyna in that regard. You're only getting value if you're just kind of holding W and picking up the frags. So Mulsey should be the one to lead the charge here. The gun online, and Durka is still undisturbed. This judge has not been working out for him, but he says, by God, damn it, he's gonna make it work here. Even with the Sova Dart scan, the outline does highlight to Focus what gun awaits them on the other side of this wall. Whether they even decide to meet it or not, it's gonna be a different story. And look at how strong the Cove is now.
They've put up a lot of attention, actually, from the side of Vitality. I mean, it's really smart. They've put that much of their numbers towards middle. But at the end of the day, the A side it has to be, since they didn't actually take over space on the other part. And we're seeing right now from the side of Focus a slowing of the pace. They want to go in, but they don't want it to be complicated on the other side. The Stars can make it a problem. The Waylay is in, but Durka starts off on the right foot, and Yampi adds a little bit more Vitality with the pistols, making this one an effort to Serial on 3. And there is a flank from main, so he needs to try to find the kill. Spotting just about the outline of Yampi, looking for that kill, but the Bandit will steal away around indeed. It is 3 from the pistol and a 3rd for Vitality on the board.
Heartbreaking performance. Focus looking very clean to start with. But Vitality will not move. Undisturbed, unfazed by anything that Vitality currently throwing at them. And remember, this is Focus's map pick. Vitality not really been showing up too much on Abyss just in general. Focus as well. The last time we did see them on Abyss, it was against CGN esports, and that was a win for the, or a loss for them. It was a 12-14 though. So seeing Abyss coming out here very much just highlights to me that Focus feel they've got something new. They feel that they've understood it differently. They did run the Veto last time we seen it played. I think Mulsey still on the back of it, but Durka upgraded to a judge and realizes that maybe this fits him just a little bit better.
Yeah, and here's the thing. I think that, especially with the Harbor switch up, Focus just feel lost a little bit in how to approach this game. There's a ton of stopping power on the other side by Vitality on the defense. Their composition just by nature a little bit here is gonna be even. You know, usually you see the double duelist, you think, oh, like it's attacker lenient. But with the Harbor, with the double controller, it does lend itself to a lot of value on the defense, and it becomes a question of how much value can they get out of the Outlaw and Yampi. And so far, so good. Like, they're pushing Focus back. They're keeping their economy afloat. And even if Durka's in lower health, they've bought all the space necessary. The only opening that is left here is towards A-Link. And we can see that there's actually a good timing for Serial to maybe cause some havoc.
He's being held though. Durka believes he's here. And the crosshair placement's beautiful. Not gonna at all let Serial away with any of that level of positioning, and now because of it, Chronicle can actually rotate back. The mid presence has been dealt with, and Jampy picks up 2 with the Outlaw. Just a quick double there. Chinook the only man to try and do it. The Marshall shot's clean at least for 1, but it is literally just at this stage a consolation prize because everything else is just going the way of Vitality. The way they're just, again, Harbor Wall, taller, the Orb, tankier, Reckoning, stronger with the ability to stop it whenever you want. It's gonna get scarier. The more Chronicle can just wait, the more Durka and the rest of his team can just play around the utility here, it's gonna make it even harder for Focus to really get any level of control. Plenty of ultimates online though, they need to do something.
Trying to do it where they've succeeded the best on A main. And the Reckoning comes in. 3 players on face of the Neon. Not a single one found by Durka. And that is a crucial giveaway. Now 2-on-2 in the end of that sequence. I don't think that Focus will be too fussed about it. Still got a conversion path and a B side that they can try to re-hit. But look at that position from Profik.
Oh yeah, no, this is such an excellent look. The Cosmic Divide being respected though by both sides. Focus still understanding that just because they've popped it, it doesn't mean the Vitality can't try something sneaky. But the patience here, I mean, Profik's not going to move. Profik is not going to move until his team tells him otherwise. The B site being left empty. Yet again, of course, the Sova drone to get that little bit more information on towards A. You can already see Sayonara potentially pivoting towards that A site. The gate crash does expire though, so Jampy's going to have to be stuck with the long wrap around. Meanwhile, soon as Profik gets this level of control, gets this understanding that the A site's clear, we should be seeing that full rotate come through. At the least, though, Focus should get a very quiet, chill spike plant ready for the retake.
But they're keeping them sold on there just for the util on Serial, right? Serial put the stars there. He eventually pulled it away, but they're already on the site, and Pays have taken the elevated angle towards Evan. The spike is going to be planted. That's all the information that Vitality does need, but outside of the dimensional drift, they don't really have much else to play for that round. It's too strong on the side of Window. Durka, the sword player on Link, giving away the information to the team now. He can spot 1 on there, but he did not see the second player on the elevation. Now they spot all 3. Durka out in the open, still got 2 flashes. Can try to play for the AWP, but in the CQC is not really favored. We'll see what he can do. The Finn spots the barrel, ready to add a shot. That's a great one by Ampy. But Serial's already on 2, and Profik might be too late to this party. Focus has somehow scaped past that initial window on the A site. Now they're able to close it out on B, and we might indeed have a game in our hands.
Really solid patience. Was expecting a bit more of just the idea, like you had the ults online, I mean the Convergent Paths, Dimensional Drift and the Cosmic Divide. We've seen them more staggered from Focus than, to be honest, I was expecting. I was kind of expecting that round to be everything needs to happen here. Focus just get themselves on site and then try and force better engagements essentially against Vitality just with the ults, but playing it patiently, playing it very, very committal focused shows that it's in the name. Focus are not giving away anything to Vitality for free. They're not going to just get a little bit antsy and decide to just go for an aggressive push because they've got the ults online. But Pays is offline. Yampy finds 1. A jump peek from Mulsey not going to do him very much. So great opening frags. And Pyro, that's more what I was expecting last round. Tries to TP to make something happen, but he just can't. Chronicle with the lurk up as well. Finds 1. Chinook drops to him. Vitality cleanly make round 7 theirs.
And the Finns are just ice cold today. Both him and Durka Yampy have been on the tear, but I gotta say, Yampy on the AWP is definitely fatal. It's 11 kills to the name. It's the 5th round on the board, and Focus, rightfully so, I would say, taking a timeout that feels necessary here. Because outside of that one round where they've completely sold on the fake, it just didn't really look the best out of Focus. They tried their best to open up the space. They don't get the control towards A, and if the AWP is posted on the opposite side, that's also a lot of control that they'll have to take. And just in the previous round alone, they tried to disrespect it. They tried to just run past the AWP, and they got punished for it. And that is going to be a question that we've asked of Stallions, but we've said, hey, this is the kind of team that they are. Well, Focus cannot play like Stallions. They cannot disrespect the team like Vitality.
Evidently, we see the evidence, we see the outcome, how this goes. Yampy as well. Bit of an initial surprise pick, by the way. Got to mention it, but just never really had the time. But bit surprising because I think when Sayonara came back or joined the roster, I think a lot of people were very much expecting, you know, him to take over that Julius spot. So him just sitting pretty comfortable on the Sova, letting the rest of his team just kind of get set up. And I mean, Yampy certainly doing the damage here necessary. 11 and 3 on that operator. Focus just currently not able to deal with it, which is not to say they don't have the ability to deal with it. There's plenty of utility to make Yampy's life a living hell. It's just right now he seems to be the one in control of this round.
I think that they were trying to prime Sayonara for that role. Yampy primed as ever on the op, and you know, just as I'm saying, you know, like I think that we've seen a bit of it in Blender, right? He didn't just play the Duelist, which I think he played the most of. Like, we've seen a lot of Sayonara on the Phoenix, on the Yoru, but for the most part, it has been his performances on the Sky and Breach that did give me the intention that they really want him to be flexible, and Yampy is such a flexible player too, that it just opens up so much opportunities for the team. And if Yampy is going to be that proficient on the sniper, this just might be game over for a lot of the other teams that will be walking into Vitality from this point onward. Such a solid look from Yampy now as he scores 3 more to his name on the off.
We've been seeing it plenty in previous series, both the previous one with Giant X and Stallions, and also yesterday. At what point sometimes the operator becomes more of a crutch than a help? You start to, you know, have it for the retakes that you can't really push in off of because it's just not a great gun to push in with, and then you start kind of saving it. You start trying to build up that momentum to try and force the operator to work for you. But Yampy and Vitality not really needing to at the moment. If Focus cannot find a more comfortable way just to say that this operator is not a concern of ours, the oil drone clearly isn't enough to disrespect it. Yoru clones at least something, but Yampy is still just standing there. He will pay for it with his life.
They spot the second one as well. Saturated from Pays, who gets the job done completely himself. Much, much more like it from Focus. It took them quite a while, but now they've adjusted well, and they got 5 on 3 on that retake. While there's a Cosmic Divide and Util on the side of Vitality, they're going to be asking a lot, especially out of Durka, to be the space maker for the rest of his team. As now they play the buddy system, all 3 on the spawn door, aware of where Molsey could be. It's a smart call for sure, but it doesn't really do that much value. There's an evolution on Molsey. He doesn't really care about that kind of effort, but the damage from Durka, significant. Eventually, the lightning gun will be put down in a bottle, and it will be a 3rd for Focus still.
3 people alive as well. So Vitality not as comfortable with it, but you've got 2 people on basically money cap. Durka not really that far away from it, all things considered, so congratulations, Focus. You managed to weather this storm once, but you're going to have to do it again. And Vitality a little bit more aware that this pace can change. You're not going to be able to just tank an Astra Concuss to the face either, Molsey. You're going to have to really work around that utility. And that's the thing, right? I mean, that alone, yeah, excellent. That highlights Vito's potential, right? But all of that effort just for the ult, he survives one and then gets cut down anyway. You know, you've got other ultimates that could be online, and that's why Vitality, they're not even playing the Sentinel. They're essentially opting for the double controller, one of them to function as it, Chronicle essentially being that second Sentinel, Pyro though being the duelist to take down 2.
And it feels bad for Yampy, who finally is able to switch up to the rifle, but it might be too little too late in that round. Durka was really supposed to find a trade there. He swung in, just couldn't find the shots, and now he's holding one line, Serial on the other. Just speaking, the smoke should be a death sentence, but Yampy doubles down! This man is on a heater, and he's gonna leave Pays now from one north to the other! The Danes will stand supreme. This man has the makings of a superstar.
Absolutely clinical statement from him. Needed to come online, and he did just that. The type of shots that pay the bills, and he certainly makes that statement. Pyro, though, Excellent job from him to fight it back, to make this possible. Yampi, the cleanest of doubles. And then suddenly, when it all looked when all hope was lost, that was when PS really came out to shine. 2 more rounds if Focus want to make this look fairly competitive, and to be honest, I think they do need to take down both here. They do have the Sentinel for when they do eventually swap to the defense, but Vitality's attack, Vitality's retakes have been looking fairly clean, and Yampi, especially if he just walks in and takes 2 for himself, what can you do?
Well, let's talk about being clinical. This man has been an instrument of death. Just got everything for his team. They're caught on that side. 1 TP from the Veto is utilized to be an element of confusion, but Kron still find the kill regardless. Mostly all the way back, but there's still enough time for them to at least get the half, if not even the entire thing. This round is just a giveaway. Mostly in Serial, not even contesting that defuse. Focus to be frozen on 4. 5 is the best that they'll get. And I bet you that they're just trying to put their all behind that conversion path. They will have the ultimate on Shinnok as well, but speaking of ultimates, it's a redux on the Reckoning, and hopefully this time it might pan out a bit better for Vitality.
I'm very, very much focused on where Chronicle's going to play here, because we could just see Reckoning thrown out from Tower immediately on towards A, because it's the easier all orb to get. It gets Shinnok online quicker. So the play here seems to be, and Vitality even believing that this will be the orb that's gone for. Shinnok and Co, though, deciding just not to opt for it right now. The Harbor Wall, the same one we've been seeing time and time again, has been making Focus hesitate on their mid presence. The Yoru Gate Crash as well, though, certainly swarming with members of Focus, and that's a good amount of control gained, but they still need to get themselves onto the site, and Vitality have not really expended any utility other than that wall thus far.
Thinking about using utility, they're turning the Cove and the Reckoning, trying to punish Pyro, but that's just perfect from Focus. Second time around, the ultimate still not as effective. Yampi getting away with a freebie though. Can make so much work for his team, as now he and his compatriot trying to hold the side as best as they can. Yampi's a giveaway, or rather Durka's the giveaway. Yampi's gonna find another one, but Pyro is crisp as ever. There's a chance for Sayonara to shine the brightest in this round. He's not even needed, because Prophet will shut down that round even more. It is 8 rounds for Vitality. It clearly will humble them down. 20 kills for Yampi in a single half regulation. Man, talk about that for one.
Yeah, that's an insane number to be putting up. And I mean, initially we were talking about, like, it was the operator doing a lot of work for Yampi, but you put a rifle in his hands and it didn't really change up much. Still good for the pivotal frag, still being able to do the damage the Focus just never really could adapt against. Even from Pyro doing excellent entries like we did see. The executes not awful by any means from Focus, but you can see just how comfortable Vitality are in controlling this map. You can see, in my opinion, just how much Sentinels, not the team, because I always say this and then people mention the team, the role of a Sentinel, not as necessary anymore. The double controller, double initiator, double duelist, whatever you decide, seems to be enough of a setup that teams are willing to forego the Sentinels, and to be honest, I'm not against the decision.
I still think that there's so much value in the Veto here on the Abyss. Just because of, like, how valuable that single interceptor can be in power positions like A main, like playing towards B if you're going to be solo anchoring. I think there's definitely a ton of value in that part, but I do agree with you. Like, outside of the Abyss, yeah, we aren't really seeing the traditional Sentinels as much, and I think that the double controllers are probably going to be here to stay, especially like with how much something like the Astro that we're seeing here from both teams can provide, not only in terms of smoking, but supplemental utility as well, has been so important from both Serial and Prophet.
Now with the sides changed, can we really get a full-on display of what this roster can do on attack? Because, let's face it, right, it is more attack-heavy. You've got the Neon, you've got Sayonara, who just takes down Shinnok. He takes those fights for free. The patience, though. Look at this. Vitality get the opening frag, but they are so hesitant The belief there that the rotate already coming through from Focus, it's the right call. Do Vitality expect 2 members to be well read in this library? Pays falls. Maul's already knocked down to just a sliver. Okay, 50 HP, not just as bad as it could have been, but the gunfights overall still very much in Vitality's favor.
One more for Yampy. It's mostly in Pyro now that remains, and it's not going to be an easy fight for the Europe by any stretch of the imagination, as they are pretty much 4 strong on that site. A little bit of a later entry, of course, for Vitality, but that's to make sure that there's nothing that's going to be contesting their side. The Cove reinforced to make sure the Pyro cannot really interrupt the spike going down, and that might just leave a round that is over. Especially that kill, yeah, Lurka is exactly what we're seeing here. And for Pyro, there's a single flash at hand, and should pretty much be over, shouldn't it?
Look, okay, you know what? I don't really say this often, but if Pyro walks away with this win, the spike is already fit. Okay, never mind. I can't even finish my sentence. Moving on. A clean, flawless from Vitality there, and I love Durka just sitting back there at 3 HP, just going, look, I'm not really going to be able to contribute much to this anymore. I will die if a strong gust of wind hits me the wrong way. So the idea of just becoming that lurk, that flank watch, and again, that's typically what you see out of your Cyphers, your Killjoys, Vises. They'll be the ones to kind of get the utility down and then be that anchor to be the kind of flank watch for the attack. But Vitality saying that Yampy, Chronicle, Sayonara all doing their work. Durka stuck on 3 HP. You can get more value just watching our flank. And when Durka's in full HP, Profit does it instead.
And that's the great thing about someone like Yampy being in the IGL, right? Is that we've seen him with a lot of teams. We've seen him with Liquid before, now with Vitality. I would say his scrolls are solid. And just the amount of flexibility that this team have, between him, Kron, now Sayonara as well added into the fold. All 3 of which are so flexible. If there's one knock on that, is that Kron and Sayonara kind of collide in terms of sharing a lot of the same agent pool. So that is where Vitality could struggle a little bit, but hey, Sayonara is really young. We only said he's just turning 18 this March. So I think he's going to be so much easier than a player with the experience of Kron to maybe mold a bit more in the image that Vitality want out of him. And right now, Vitality seems to be in a pretty good image. Pace does only have a bandit, but this can do some damage. Yampy continuing, though, on his tally of destruction. That is his 22nd on the board. I think only the 8th for Durka. But, okay. I know that Lothar is not here today, but we might as well just insert the G2 monologue in here.
You know what time it is. You've been called to action, chat. Get your copy pastas in. Just this once. Just this once, but...
No.
Yeah.
Once more when Lothar is back, if they ever...
Okay, right, okay. Just this once. Just for today. Just this once. And then one more time when Lothar joins us on the desk later on. But, hey, you know what? Again, it's part of the game. You stop Vitality getting any additional ult points. You stop them getting any additional bonus economy. I don't hate it. I think it is genuinely just the best decision to make from a tactical advantage. And I do like the fact, though, that we are seeing teams kind of play out the second round a little bit more, right? It's not just the immediate jump off the map that we used to see. There is a bit more poking and prodding, see if you can maybe get the ult orb, just do a little bit of damage. But then when the round is very much not going your way, that's when we see the seppuku come through. And Shinnok and Pyro, though, they're not taking the katana to anyone else's stomachs. That's Vitality. They've gone clean 4.
What a name, though, is Shinnok. An evil elder god is what the name is. And that kind of does tell you the kind of vibe that we're supposed to be getting from that man. And he's definitely been delivering on the goods. It is mainly him and Pace, the only players from the team that have not played at the VCT level. And I mean, Pace is pretty much slated to go to Tier 1 at this point. So it is really the statement time for Shinnok. And he has been delivering on the goods so far. But Vitality are already on double digits. Sayonara can still try to steal away a look. And Shinnok is posted on a tough angle to beat, especially if he's crouched. It's a tough angle. Not a lot of people expect. Kron down to 20 HP, and this round is becoming easier and easier as they just figure out where Vitality wants to play. They will end up in the B site again. This time, though, it is going to be Profik starting the round with 15 seconds remaining.
I mean, at this point, we're not pushing. Yeah, Profic's not going to go for this. 15 seconds is not enough time to get this site cleared. You've got to deal with the Astra Stars. You've got to deal with everything else. Yeah, just pop the star, pop the smoke, steal the ult orb away, walk away with the guns. Yeah, honestly, it's a little bit of an anticlimactic way to end the round, but I don't hate it, especially if Sayonara can just run back up the stairs, check what's going on outside his neighborhood, and decide that, Serial maybe needs to quieten down it just a little bit. A gun not saved, another frag for Sayonara. Focus. This is your round. This is make or break on Abyss, and Vitality do not look like they're breaking.
And it pretty much seems like that if Yampi is able to find success, the rest of the team are going to have it easy, but this time around, not going to be as easy on the Outlaw. Most of the team on the side of Focus do have the full shields, yet still Serial down to 10 HP and out of his misery outright. That is a perfect combination play, and I mean, if Yampi's just going to be that scary on the snipers, they might as well just keep it on him for good. Profic with another one, the space gone, but still another duelist to the same platter. This time, a better timing on the smoker, but Yampi is ready. And Chinook leaves it in a 2-on-4.
I mean, this is great work from, great work to do that damage, right? To finally get Yampi off, but, to get Yampi off of that tower aspect, but the damage has already been done by him more than enough. Basically a 3 KD, 3 KDA though, if you want to factor that in. 24 and 8 is a disgusting scoreline from an IGL, from someone that is just expected to kind of go in and do it. And Durka, that's the thing where it's not even really been Durka picking up the slack. It has been Chronicle, it has been Sayonara, and it has been Profic as well. The duelists, I won't say by all means getting carried, that's definitely just a bit too mean, but Chronicle, Sayonara, and Profic really are just letting the duelists kind of sit back and enjoy this for a bit at least. Jampy with all of the frags in the world, but he's not making it look difficult.
Yeah, and I mean, here's the thing. You usually wouldn't actually expect it to play out that way, but it came back of a defensive half that Yampi was on 20 kills. So it does make a lot of sense for it to be played out that way. Like Yampi on the defense, especially on the, whether it is the Outlaw or even on the pistol, even on the rifle, to be fair. Yampi was really sharp today. But Durka just didn't really have that much to do. Even on the defense, you don't really get those kind of opportunities that the Yampi had right there in that replay, right? You get one, you get out for free with a gate crash. Durka is supposed to capitalize off the ultimates, and we have seen him try to play out of the Armageddon. It just didn't really work out that well on the other side.
No, it is not, and this is the thing, I mean, and again, no disrespect to Durka, I mean, I can't really disrespect Yampi. He's sitting there on the 3 KDA for good reason. It does just seem like, though, there's not really been the... It's not been the requirement of the duelists to kind of thin out the ranks, it seems. I mean, Sayonara got the opening pick on the pistol round that started this all off, and then Chronicle has been doing that bit of damage as well. So Yampi has done all that he needs to do, honestly, for this game here. He's done more than Vitality could have asked from him. Whether he wants to slow down or not, I mean, you've seen the way he plays. He does not want to put his foot on the brakes. Oh my days, Focus don't want to put their foot on the brakes either. Sayonara, no way are you surviving this. But that is decent enough information to know that there was that heavy of a stack towards B. It should be a quick execute from Vitality off the back of it, but they are hesitant. They are not quite sure if this is where they want to end up.
How valuable is the interceptor there, just single-handedly? You hear that noise, and you know that whatever util you throw is not gonna come to pass, so they kind of have to cancel the exec. They try to fish out for early util, and if Sayonara didn't die there, that would have been a very different round, but with him gone, still got plenty of time, Vitality, but they'll still have to clear all the angles, and Focus almost bought into the day. The Vito can rotate back into middle. They're gaining information with the drone, but it might be too little too late. Pace and Serial will be tested.
We've seen what this angle can do that Serial's currently on, though. This box always ends up spelling doom for the attackers. It just becomes such a nightmare to kind of displace that. The Harbor Wall's an excellent job at it, and relay bolts as well. Very much to sell this execute. But Focus, they seem to be on this pretty quick. I say that seeing the initial kind of backstep from Serial and from Pays, but instead, no, the full rotate did come through. It has been sold. Only 13 seconds left, though, right? If Pyro can just hold his ground, if he can find out who's holding that spike, Vitality have wasted too much time again. Another timeout, and Focus just take the round off of nothing more than sheer patience.
Yeah, and I think that is pretty much the best case scenario here for Focus. Again, Vitality making sure not to give away that round for free. They're still grinding down the game to Focus, not giving them those couple of frags, not trying to risk a round that wouldn't have been theirs. But I think that just now has become a call of maybe Yampy being so entranced with the fragging that maybe he's trying to overcall this game. I feel like if they just stuck their guns towards B, they would have actually had a better chance if they relayed the round at the end towards there. Now Shinnok with a couple of early bolts from his side. Not really going to do the most of damage though. No, not even an ounce of chip. Instead, Vitality holding that line. They line up for Kron, and even before the Saturate procs, he's going to take down them all, and now a Serial against the world on the B side.
We've seen some aspects of what he can do, but Prophet doesn't even have to see to do what he does. Serial immediately eviscerated out of this B site hold. Spike a little bit hesitant to go down. It will do that though. Yampy gets the Dimensional Drift online because of it as well, so could start scouting out for information if necessary, but 1 versus 5. Mulsey has nothing but the guns in his hand and hope in his heart in a 1 versus 5 to prevent match point occurring 6 rounds in a row. A good first shot here, but that was really the kind of taste test. That was the initial shot. This is now the main course. 4 players surrounding you. The Interceptor at least up to stop Utility coming through. But you're not going to be stopping bullets. You're not going to be stopping the flank. Chronicle picks up his third, puts Vitality 12 over Focus's 6. And now 6 consecutive rounds for Focus just to make it to OT.
And Titan, that is Yampy, is now back on his devices, up in hand. And it just might be a bit too much for them, but I feel like this is where the cookie crumbled, really. Kron just able to find a multi-kill, making things so much easier for Vitality. Well, I gotta say, they're really respecting Focus. Like, I thought that Durka would just try to force their matter a little bit more. Forcing the issue. Hey, he's got a lot of information. It's all head-to-head, and he reigns supreme against the Finn.
Head-to-head takes the head clean off Yampy, and as your Dimensional Drift out, Durka now has to do this entry essentially on his own. Will have the backup of Prophet, will have the backup of his team to some degree, so the Harbor Walls and the Astra Stars will at least do a little bit of hassle and create a little bit more difficulty for Mulsey here. The Interceptor goes online, does make a sound cue, has been discovered. Oil Drone gets at least shot down, but Utility now back online for Vitality, and at the end of the day, yes, Yampy is down and out, but you've already got yourself onto the site. You don't have any ultimates to worry about here if you're Vitality. This is just a straight 4v5 mechanically.
I'm a bit surprised that they didn't let Kron be the one to put the spike down, so he would have the reckoning for the post. But if Prophet starts off well, they might not even be needed. Durka now needed against Shinnok and Pace, both of which through the smoke, the relay both find so much value that Prophet just sprays them all down. And it's all left for Pyro, who has been so sharp here today, but the spray down is going to be nowhere near enough. Vitality to spring on to their first victory.
And it was just clean. It was just decisive. Yampy does everything on the attack that is needed from him. We cannot, though, really go on without giving a shout to Chronicle, right? I mean, showing off the potential for Harbor. It's only 1 game, so while I am a big Harbor believer, it's a low sample size. I'm not going to be the one to turn around and say, suddenly I've been right all along, nor will I look at the Veto performance and say that, you know, my opinion was proven correct on that either. Still a lot to work through, but Vitality showing, I mean, exactly why they are the team that they are known. Focus never really finding more than a round or two, and even when they did, Vitality looked so prepped for the oncoming rounds.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely did neuter a lot of the good parts about Focus, right? Like Pyro, he was definitely shooting. Like, both Pace and Shinnok didn't really get the space to play as much as I usually would see them, especially if you've tuned into the game against UCAM. I would say that him and Shinnok were really impactful for the team. And this time around, just a better team, and the Harbor, I would say most of all, probably the thing that caught them off guard the most.
It's difficult to kind of play around a Harbor, especially when he is brand new and it's Chronicle's first time running him, but we'll let the analyst take over from here to dive in just a little bit deeper on how Vitality controlled Abyss so well.
Thank you very much, Volt and Dante, for the game. Once again, we warned that Abyss was a bit of a risky bet for Focus, and definitely it ended up being a statement from Vitality. Complete domination.
Definitely. I mean, we can see by what we just saw on the map why Vitality was kind of favored to win the first map and the whole series, to be honest. I mean, we saw a couple of fast execution from Focus on the first half, and that was really good on their end. They got them a bit of rounds, but ultimately Vitality just adapted really fast and really quick. We saw them. We saw the aggression from Yampi, which is something that I talked about with his op. He takes such good picks, and his impact overall on the game. I think he was 20 something and 3 KD. I mean, the casters kind of talked about it. His impact was immense during this game, definitely. The interceptor on the second half from Malzy, I found it very effective enough to stop that flood in sights. I just wish I saw Malzy like kind of switching up his positioning, because he was holding A as a solo anchor alone. I just wish to see him definitely on mid, holding B a little, just kind of switching up their roles and switching up their positioning. That would have been helpful a lot on defense.
Focus, so maybe missing a little bit of more variation in their plays. I agree, because yes, the veto was very effective on A, but could have moved more around the map. You talked about the MP. Obviously, we have to talk about this crazy madman. Keep in mind, is the IGL, so he's doing all of this while actually calling the shots for the team and looking at the map and keeping in mind every information that you may need to take the best decision at all time. It's just so impressive from the guy. Obviously, I think there is still a huge difference in a skill between these two teams. So for Vitality, it was a bit easier than what they're used to, and that's why they tried this new comp. But still, the performance from the MP was absolutely mind-blowing. That's the IGL you want in your team.
Definitely, and him switching up roles this year and switching to a Euro has been insanely effective, and especially we were talking about metas and how important it is for teams to switch up metas and to keep up with the metas, and them doing that, putting Yampi on the Euro was really effective, and that's something that we're going to be seeing even on the next map. They still run a double duelist with Yampi being a Euro aggressive upper, where a map as opened as it is, we're going to see some tough game for Focus again.
I want also to highlight the fact that Sayonara is playing Sova. Is an amazing duelist, we all know this, but I like the fact that he's adapting to the team and knowing that the MP is so good on the Yoru and Durke, such also an amazing duelist. Sayonara is taking the rightful place as the flex agent, playing more in it, and he's actually very good at it. He's good at every role, actually, and I think we talked about this a little bit earlier with another player. But you have so much value in the team if you can be good on several roles. I think a good flex is so important in the main roster. Like, you can have a good duelist, you can have a good sentinel, but if you have a good player that can play several roles and always bring value to your games, this is a game changer.
Definitely, and we can see that also alongside Sayonara is definitely Chronicle. I mean, he was playing Harbor, this is his first time playing Harbor, and we've seen him really effective on defense. He was allowing Durka to constantly hold close range with a judge, and that was stopping a lot from the flood in that Focus needed to do on their attack. So having a deep agent pool is really important for players. And again, we saw it. I mean, Yampi, we talked about him. Speaking of agents, Yampi, we talked about him on the Euro. It was really effective alongside with Peril. I feel like Peril had his moments, but at the end of the day, I feel like the experience had its toll on this map. What do you think?
For me, this is Valorant as usual. Seeing the Yoru being the MVP is nothing to be surprising because Yoru is so effective right now. He has so many way out, so many utils to actually survive if he finds himself in a difficult position with the flash, with the TP. Is so versatile in the way you can play him and can put so much pressure on the enemy team. I think right now, as of today, having someone that can play Yoru great is mandatory if you want to be competitive on all the maps. It's not something you can put aside, and we've seen this error from some VCT EMEA team on the kickoff, and they did not manage to have a good result at the end. I think they will learn from their lesson because Yoru is just mandatory at this point.
That's true. The Euro is a really good agent to be playing right now, especially with the meta. And also the any other, to be honest, any other duelists, depending on the map, like those are the main things that I'm noticing is Waylay. I mean, Pez played Waylay, and we're seeing Euro. It's an important thing to also have as effective duelists as much as possible. It's not just relying on one duelist like the Euro. The meta right now is double duelist, and it's kind of mandatory that they keep up with it. And it wasn't a pleasant matches that we've seen with a single duelist as well.
This game from Focus, I think, was very difficult because, I mean, Vitality is on another dimension. They really are way better, I think, in a lot of ways from Focus. Perhaps to Focus, they have a lot of strong players, but this is where we see the gap between Tier 1 and Tier 2. Vitality is just playing differently, and even though they didn't have the result that they were looking for in the kickoff, they're still a very good team, and I think they can do great things this year. They have such strong players, Chronicle, Dirk, now Sayonara, and even Yampi is a very, very strong IGL, that one of the best in the region. There is so much to do with this roster, and I really hope it clicks and gives better results later in the year because there is so much potential there.
Definitely, and having such star players and very good individually, both and team-wise, I think that's gonna go a very long way for Vitality, and we can see them. They're playing, they're doing good results, and the synergy between them was unmatched, to be honest, during this match. On the other hand, Focus, to be honest, I don't blame them. That was a really difficult match. Whenever they tried to hold sites, there was someone always being on spawn, holding that flank. So it was quite hard for them to maneuver around the map and gather info a little bit. So I'm not expecting anything else, to be honest. This is why Vitality was favored from the start to win the series.
Definitely, and also I think the map pool was not in favor of Focus overall because most of the map that they're playing are actually being played by Vitality pretty well. There is only the bind that they did pick sometimes that is not played by Vitality, but I mean it wasn't available, so Abyss was the choice. It was unfortunately not a very good choice, but still a very interesting first map, and I hope we're going to see a lot more from Focus in the next one. Another thing I wanted to highlight was that I would like to see more from Arbor, because this game was very uneven, definitely one-sided, and he didn't have that much time to play, I think, to offer the full potential of what he can do. We can see that Chronicle only has, I think, 5 assists, which is okay, but I think it can be way more because you can slow many opponents with the utilities from Arbor. So I would like to see more and really look into what Chronicle can bring with this agent.
Definitely. I mean, this is a chance for some of the players to actually experiment other agents that they didn't try before. And I think the Harbor on Abyss, it was surprising to me considering that he played V2 and he did an amazing job with V2 last time they played the map. But to be honest, the Harbor was just as effective. Coming up to Breeze, I don't know what they're going to do, but one thing I'm going to talk about once again is the Yampi op on Yoro. That's going to be a problem for Focus and a really effective op on Yampi with that result that we just saw on the first map, even with the what's it called, the other sniper, Outlaw. Sorry,
Outlaw. Oh, the Marshal, because we've seen it also yesterday.
Yes, the Outlaw was really effective even on some buying grounds. So this is something that I have to highlight and I have to keep an eye on, and Focus should know how to deal with that because it's going to be a problem for them with their aggression peaks.
I think also Focus, I really like the way they played because I don't feel like they lost confidence the more the map was going on. They actually kept very focused and they kept trying very hard. They had a very good A execute, but you have to have more against a team like Vitality, and also they were not as strong at the post plant than at the execute. So this was a bit of a miss also on their side. But still, they really offered a lot of plays. They were trying, even though they were clearly dominated. They never stopped trying, and I really liked the energy that they brought to the map. And if they bring the same thing to Breeze, it's not gonna be easy. That's not what I'm saying, but maybe they could still put up a fair fight, and this is invaluable experience that you're gaining there.
Definitely. Even if they lost the first map, I think that the second map could be competitive and they could gain a lot of some sort of an idea to plan for their next map with this break. So I think that they still have a chance. They're not defeated yet. I mean, there's a second map, and one thing that they should be aware of is how to play together, because one thing that I noticed throughout their map, their first map, is the fact that fast execution really shaking up Vitality and taking space actually was effective. So this is what I'm hoping on seeing on Breeze, especially that this map relies a lot on duels, more, let's say, a little bit more than util usage.
I think we're seeing something a little more traditional on the Breeze. Both teams maintain their usual lineup, so no surprises there. It's both double duelist on both sides. It's gonna be aggressive, explosive, and countered. Before we throw to the caster, just a quick reminder that if you're interested in following KC and Foot, you can see the matchup live on Valorant Turkish, so don't hesitate to go if you want to support one of these teams. But here we're gonna continue on Focus and Vitality. Desk to you, my dear casters.
Oh, thank you so much, Kim. That is a wonderful, wonderful re-entry to the game. And we're back to where we started. We're back to the Breeze once again. We've seen this map before. Stallions, of course, got knocked back, and if it's anything to go by, that might mean it's bad omens for the VCL team. But I have a lot of faith in Focus. I think that they're rocking. What is the comp that I do prefer? I think that Jet is just off the ult, and she shouldn't be picked again, but Durka's known to do Durka stuff, and if he hasn't been on a map 1, I'm sure he's going to be back with a vengeance here on Breeze.
Again, like we were kind of talking about this just while the desk and the analysts were chatting. Again, big shout outs, thank you to Jude and Kim for doing that. But one thing I want to point out here is, again, Prophet now running the Omen instead of the Astra, which Mulsey's running. So first of all, Mulsey's off the Sentinel and onto the actual Sentinel. The double controller, I've always kind of said one controller. Usually the Viper, in fairness, becomes that essentially Sentinel. She puts the wall down, she puts the orb down, she can use the utility from anywhere, and she can't really afford to pick it up. So she then becomes kind of that logical lockdown that we typically seen from like your Cyphers, your Killjoys and such back in the days of old. Again, even Chamber has been finding himself phased out of his own map that he is very equipped to deal with. Long sight lines, Headhunter's dangerous, the Tour de Force is absolutely deadly, but not going to be here either or. So a big highlight, in my opinion, Durka and Piers, how do you play your duelists that support your Euros?
Just might use the Euros to support itself right now. Shoulder, peek, and elbow. Could have been a difficult approach if they lost their life early on, but with the information, the Neon speeds her way back into the heart of that B side. They can see Durka in. And now they can hear the TP as well. Pace is the one to strike first blood. The Bandit good for one, but added bullets it goes, and it allows Vitality to still trade back in equal numbers. It's 3-on-3 on the retake, and they are attacking on all three fronts.
It's a very, very kind of tucked in angle here. You can see Sayonara relying on this box to save his life, his teammate helping him out. Shinnick, though, gonna be the one to take him down. Durka manages to get the recon bolt out of the way. Shock Dart, calmly sidestep, not another one online, especially if Sayonara then falls. Pyro now with the information, doesn't get the shot, though. Durka on 11 HP could actually be the difference maker here. A 1 versus 1 it could have been, not going to be the case. He does pick up Durka, but he still has to worry now about his opposition. He has to worry about the reflection in the mirror. His counterpart coming to meet him outside the archway. Yampy with a 3k, and he looks to be keeping the exact same momentum, Volt, that we've seen on Abyss.
Yeah, and it's great for Vitality, especially considering the last time that they played the map, they ended up losing to Liquid. Of course, Yampy was the one that was leading the charge in there as well in kickoff. But the other main part is, I believe it was pretty much the exact same composition, right? It's just unfake for Sayonara, Sova for Sova, pretty much plug and play. And that means that they're going to be very comfortable with that composition, and I believe even equally as comfortable with the other one, because that was the exact comp that Liquid are playing. So now we're not only asking off Focus to try to provide same level, or the same level of individual competence as a Liquid, you want them to provide the same level of IGNing as Nats, of all people.
Which is a tough order. Which is a tall order to match that kind of level from Liquid. The IGL has always been kind of an enviable position, but also one that sometimes doesn't evoke that much jealousy. The IGL has to really do so much to be considered a great IGL, and you can make so few mistakes before you're considered not the best IGL. And I mean, what we're seeing from Vitality right here, the IGL maybe not a requirement if the shots are going to be that clean. Pays with the schmoves, cannot survive it all though, cannot dodge every single bullet shot at him. Yampy here, the leg shot, gonna adjust, Serial falls. Vitality's patience here, they are unmovable until they decide otherwise.
Yeah, not the worst amount of damage from the side of Focus, but in the end of the world, they look at the round like this. Now, Durka. Of course, I think it makes a lot more sense if Durka's the one that's actually sniping. Just because of the fact that you still got that is actually a lot faster than the gate crash in terms of time to disengage. But it's still going to be Yampy on the rifle anyway. Sayonara now dedicated to the Outlaw. And you look over at the side of Focus, all of them on heavy shields, so they know that the Outlaw is out. It's an off angle by Serial that should net the first freebie. Indeed, and he doubles down on Yampy as well. With a TP coming through from Pyro. This should be a round that is over, especially with a giveaway there from Propic. Chronicle quickly dealt with. That recon is off Dreams. And look at how far deep FaZe is in that line of sight. Sayonara might as well have to call the namesake, because it will not be long until we say goodbye to Vitality's win streak.
I'm glad. I was honestly gonna just be patient, see if Piers wanted to go for the knife. I mean, would have made the noise had they dropped, but it's always interesting, right? You get yourself an angle like that, no one is staring at you. At least I brace myself, wondering if the knife comes out and can a miracle or tragedy befall us, but certainly nothing short of a tragedy for Vitality on this setup here. Focus, a very clean, comfortable setup here. Serial doing so much work, and yes, eventually falls, but Pyro able to do the rest of the work until Pays just gets the flank. So really nicely done from Focus. Really excellent answered back for the round that they should be able to win. Now, though, is their moment to either cripple Vitality or watch them run away.
They tried to take those duels on contact Vitality. Just didn't work out for them the last round. This time around, though, much faster on the pace, and Chronicle can hear those steps from the Neon, but she's just too much of a problem to handle. Prophet is gone, and they gotta be careful not to lose other members, because now Chronicle becomes all the more valuable still. On the retake they go. Pace deletes Durka, and there's only one player remaining on the site. The Hunter Fury comes out with successful value as Shinnok is taken care of, but Pace continues to be a nuisance. 11 points of health, his name, and Kron and Sayonara line up those next two, leaving a Pyro on equal low HP. He is in the red. And the spike now into a tap is not going to be enough in that 1v1. A good shot to the head might be enough for Sayonara, but the arrow is perfect. He plays bait and switch with it, and it's enough of a distraction to give Sayonara a third round and a third kill for himself.
Well, it looked very clean from Focus, especially off of a mistake there. If you look, we might be able to see it on the replays, depending. Yampi goes for the dimensional drift. He gets the frag, and then he decides against it, which actually gives the frag onward to Pace here. We see it, look, he decides against it at the last moment, which means the timing of the Sova scan is absolutely beautiful, but it just wasn't enough. A 3k from Pace, outmatched by the fact that Sayonara just refuses to die, to be honest, Vol. Every time we're getting to the end of these rounds, Sayonara still seems to be kicking, still seems to be the vitals behind Vitality, and Focus cannot get him to shift.
I think that there's that little bit of a Leo-esque quality about Sayonara on their initiators, right? Where maybe he's not as aggressive as Leo, but I feel like that's such an important thing, that he just doesn't die. He always finds his trades. He's always impactful when he's later on in the round. Right now, though, it should be a lot better from the team, but I say that, and he's the one to open up the round. So, okay, so maybe he is Leo after all, and we just get in the region. It's a 5-1-4, 3 strong from... Actually, no, it's a 2-2 split now. Space got support, and they're going to be trying to attempt to retake from the half wall.
Oh, but look who's lurking in the shadows. Chronicle hasn't left his spawn, and that makes him good for this flank. It means an additional angle has to be covered. Pyro cannot cross across this arch. He knows where the opposition is, and the shots take a little second to land there. He's able to pick up Sayonara, but I mean, Sayonara is really looking like the duelist. Walks into B site through the arch, no concern about any utility, and just steals the life away from his opposition. I mean, you can't really play around that, to be honest. I mean, you can, it's just not taking the fight, but you cannot be expecting your Sova to be doing such a level of confidence here, especially without any of the util, the shock darts or the recon, that initial clear. This is just Sayonara doing Sayonara things, and he's showing us why he's someone to keep an eye on, and why a lot of people might be wishing him a happy 18th in VCT.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen that from Comeback too, right? But the Comeback, I feel, with Heretics is kind of fizzled out, because the team as an entirety has fizzled out. Vitality, Sayonara is supposed to be the one to put them from them being on the edge of playoffs, on the edge of internationals, into that international stage. And so far, he's looking like quite the upgrade, but Pace still ever the thorn in their side. A bandit up close is so fatal. And they begin to get the numbers advantage Focus. And on top of that, Pace picks up another rifle. So this can become deadly as Pace adds another one. Now just Sayonara and Yampi. The two top fraggers are supposed to dissect the 2-on-4.
I mean, I've been kind of giving all the love to Vitality because of their scoreline, but I genuinely don't think you can play a better low buy than what Focus has just done. There is time for it to kind of crumble beneath them, especially if Sayonara's timing works out here, but oh my days. Oh, the timing never worked out for anyone. The information might not be there. Pace finally does get the info, decides just to slide in through to take on Yampi, trusts his counterpart to take down Sayonara, and that's exactly what he does. A thrifty for Focus, and I do want to reiterate, I don't think could have been played better.
Such a beautiful combination there on the other end between Pace and Molsey. That was just the starter of the round, right? Like, Durka started off well, Pace with the one on mid, and then those two in here just made it so difficult for the other side. And by the time Pace picked up the rifle, the wall went down, and from there, already worked in the favor of Focus, and the last time around, they were successful in the initial contact on B. Vitality starting on the A side, and his face to get the better of Yampi on the spray down.
Another no dimensional drift online, so not as big a deal. You've also still got the oil drone from Sayonara, so you've got the actual oil drone as well as the well, if the dimensional drift was online, you'd have the super-sized oil drone, as it were. But Serial has to do something super here. Has to deal with potentially the updraft from Sayonara, the dash as well. Snakebite goes down to cut off the aggression. Paranoia going to be cleanly sidestepped, not getting any value there. Chinook just fires through the smoke, the god of chaos and destruction. Serial re-perches up to get the kill onto Sayonara, will get traded out, but a 4-on-2. The oil drone to get all the information, and the spike still yet to be planted. It's not impossible, but it may be pretty damn close.
Yeah, Prophet on the elevation could try to maybe make something happen here. That's the first. Drops down for more. Still some support, but the flash is so good. It's still open on some space for Prophet. He needs to find two more. That's the first tap on the head. And Pyro is so close, 20 HP. But the Yoro still getting the better of him at the end of the day. And the buffer is shipped on to further Focus within 1 round of tying with VIT.
Pyro saving a lot of people's eardrums there, potentially my own, depending on how loud that scream would have been. A clutch factor, nearly, but snapped away in the last few seconds. Love Serial just deciding to reposition back to that spot he was initially knocked off of. Just that idea of, well, it's been cleared, we know no one can be there. And suddenly there was Prophet. Just that shot there, and he gets 2 on the Pyro. Had Pyro taken any damage from anyone, from any type, whether it was the shock dart, whether it had just been a little bit from Chronicles Molly, anything there would have been enough, but instead takes the victory, takes the round, and forces Vitality into their timeout.
I mean, it makes a lot of sense. Losing is thrifty. Now, sure, like I will say, definitely Prophet made it a close round for Vitality, but it just didn't start off well. It was a kill through the smoke onto Yampi, another one on the smoke, and then a perfect timing from Serial on the re-peak on Sayonara. And it just felt like the round crumbled without even Vitality seeing anyone. So they were trying to adjust their approach. Serial has been such a bane on that B site. And now they switch things around a little bit on Focus on the back of that timeout. Instead of aggressing towards main, it's mid that we are seeing Pace actually fixated upon, and an aggressive start from Pyro on B main.
No immediate Viper's pit pop, usually something so common, but with a lower buy. Focus deciding it could be saved for a rainier day. Something I mean, it's very much a hindsight as 2020 kind of statement. Sometimes it's better just to use the ultimate to guarantee the round being made difficult, because depending on how this swing goes, Pyro falls, Yampi gets his gun, and upgrades slightly, Outlaw's been found, and suddenly it means this A-site control, especially if Chronicle's gonna just inject the venom straight into Paze's veins. Sayonara gets another one as well, a 3 versus 2, a 4 versus 2, apologies, it's down to this repositioning. Okay, never mind, it's back to a 3 versus 2. My crystal ball, just a little bit delayed, but it gets the job done, and Serial and Chinook have to do exactly that.
Serial is on the start. They say that the Elder wait until it is the very final moment to strike. That is how the lore dictates it. Serial starts off well. Chinook not needed as of yet, and Yampi's not looking at the right angle. Eventually he'll look to his left, but there's a timing for them to get a pick off guard. Chinook just none the wiser. That's one caught, and Serial! He has got the barcode, he has got the venom indeed. But he's the one that is gonna be their counterpart.
A true killer that Serial is there. That is a level of understanding, of game, of situational awareness, that he hears the from the shadows from Prophet. He knows it's a low buy. He knows Prophet has not had the opportunity to really get any guns, to get anything. So off the back of that, he goes, yep, Prophet is stuck in that animation. Sayonara's weak. I can take the fight. If I beat Sayonara, I've done the hard part. And Serial, Beautiful stuff. I said I was a bit surprised that the Viper's Pit didn't come down, but it came down exactly when it was needed to, and Vitality watched it all come down off the back of it right before their eyes, and we have an equalized scoreline here. Breeze chalking up to be a much tighter map than Abyss could have hoped to be.
It's a risky peek here for Pays. Post it up, Durka's ready. And that's the one advantage that they need. They can double down on the B side if they want to. As you can tell, Focus were happy to reapply pressure on middle. Trying to perhaps find a refrag. Profit late on mid. He's got the support of Kron as well, and either of them could be caught off guard, but Vitality still being as patient as ever. It's going to take down to the final 35 seconds, I'd assume, for their execute to come together. They're bringing the numbers, and no, they're going to step it up a little bit prematurely. But that is going to give the information. Dimensional Drift is used, and there is a Yoru that is working his way. This is where it is around his plate from. So the rotation is made, and Vitality have taken this push to a halt.
Who's next?
Oh, now they're answering back, though. Now they are answering back. And with the information, the Hunter's Fury, the combination, it's basically wall hacks. And yes, the knife is pulled out to try and dodge the Hunter's Fury, but it makes it a lot harder to shoot back. Pyro is going to do that regardless of difficulty. Makes an equalizer, a 2-2. Technically a 2 versus 1 until that spike goes down with only 13 seconds left. It has to go down. Whether by Sayonara's choice or by Mulsey's forcing of the hand. And the timer's been a trouble for Vitality yet again here, Vol. It was a difficulty for them in Abyss for about 2 rounds, and seems yet again it's time to come back and bite them.
And you've talked about that a little bit earlier, right? We said that there was an opportunity for Yampi to utilize the Dimensional Drift that he got a bit hesitant on. And now we're seeing the absolute opposite of Viral. Just lets it go off the rip. And that little bit of information was all the time that they needed, because if they didn't get the rotations fast enough onto B, that would have been a very difficult round. The Vitality sped up their rotation and did not respect that Dimensional Drift. It would have still also been another difficult round to play for, but in the end, Focus getting the better of Vitality on that one. Vitality now, the B is back on attack, but weaker firepower for a little bit. Light shields across the board, and that's the Sheriff done out of the round already by Pyro.
A big deal, though, because it's Prophet Sheriff. It's the one person that couldn't buy. The confirmation, yeah, the information may be here. Oh, it's a low buy, surely. P is just jumping out. Sayonara falls. Chronicle, a little bit confused maybe at what he has seen, but the refrag comes through no matter what. So happy enough here. 3-4-3. The operator now very much aware of its existence. Vitality know where it is, but they have to kind of count on the Viper wall being enough disruption. There's no real other opportunities there. You've got the Cloudburst, sure, but it's only a second or two. Might be all the difference that's needed. Durka gets onto the site with the dash plus the Cloudburst, the Viper's Pit, meaning double door is going to be even more of a precarious situation than it already is. Mulsey waiting for the Yoru clone to go in. I was expecting maybe off the back of it. Chronicle a bit faster though. Shoots it regardless, not going to bite down. The spike still needs to go down, by the way. Vitality really forgetting that they are the attackers. They're getting this map control, that's one thing, and who knows, that Astra Star, that gravitational well could have actually just ended the round right there. Not going to be the case. Cosmic Divide still online for Mulsey if they decide just to not deal with this Viper's Pit, and that looks to be the case.
I mean, they're still disrespecting Kron, and Kron can find a space to shoot. Durka on the edge of it as well, close to the middle of the site. Serial last time around was the hero. This time's around, he starts off solid, but not traded just fast enough. The wall came down in time to save Serial! And he will do it again! Can this man be stopped? Can Vitality shut down Serial? So far, the answer seems to be no.
He's going on a complete adventure by himself. The rest of Focus might just be along for the ride. He's trying to catch up to Pace. He's caught up to Pyro. 2 incredible 3Ks. And that last kill on the Chronicle in the Viper's Pit, yes, okay, that might have been a little bit fortunate, but you cannot overstate the confidence, by the way. This is one level of confidence. That's absolute insanity. But this is insane. Takes that fight, gets shot through the Cosmic Divide anyway, and just runs through it and says, okay, Yampi, you want to do some damage, but you don't kill me? should have gone for the head. And because of that, manages to make another statement. And if he can keep doing it, he only needs to do it 2 more times, really. And Focus have an excellent start, an excellent first half on this breeze. And Molsey looking to make a name for himself, especially off the back of a less than ideal Abyss.
I mean, Yampy in a tough spot here. They need to find something. They say if you aim at the king, you best not miss. And the timing, so brutal. The king finding his foil once more. And well, it is the queen in that affair. And they say that their bite is poison. And the shot of Sova is enough to give her the space. Serial once again to put the seal of authority on that round. But that was a team effort from Focus. And they are starting to look more and more competent, as this wasn't even that much of a difficulty. Sure, a couple of good timings there, a stroke of fortune, but that's what it takes, you know, some skill, some fortune, and they're 3 rounds away.
I mean, that's the thing. Vitality's got to look at that kind of win streak there. I believe that is 6 rounds back to back. As soon as this momentum started, as soon as Focus began to understand how Vitality wanted to play this, the stacks have just been incredible. I mean, it seems like Focus are always kind of taking these 1v1s, right? But A, they're winning them more often than they're losing, and B, it's not always a 1v1. There's always another angle that's just slightly different. Even the way we're seeing Piers just replace Chinook. Chinook gets caught out by the oil drone. Piers decides to take his place. Not enough to get a frag or anything. Meanwhile, Durka is already all the way pushed up. Finds Serial, gets the information as well onto Molsey, sorry. Not able to get himself the frag, either jumps off the wall. The rotate could be coming through, and it's all down to this lurk from Chronicle, and he might be meeting Pays in middle.
Pays have been so patient before. He always waits for this moment to striking on the B side first. And Molsey, unaccounted for now. Durka's already found one on the opener. Still a player on backside. In addition to the second, that's Kron finding his timing. And Yampy looking for one of his own, but Molsey could be the one to find the timing of them all. The flash not enough in support. And it's Shinnok and Pyro this time. No more Serial in the clutch. They have a chance to make it 8-4, but most likely Vitality will keep it a 2-round game. They got 2 players on the back of the site. Shinnok got the right intuition about where the next is playing from. And Sayonara is being a bit patient, and he's not even needed for that much. Just a little bit of chip from the Hunter Siri. Not that this round was in any contention whatsoever. Vitality, despite that swing that you're talking about, despite the 6 rounds in a row from Focus, at the end of the half, when you're only down 2, it doesn't feel like the worst out.
Certainly doesn't. It certainly doesn't. And Durka now gets a little bit more comfortable, right? I mean, Yampa can really be sent off to do his own thing on the defense with the gate crash, and then you have that operator online, you have the dash from Jet as well. We'll see, maybe Yampy he's been the kind of scoped demon, as it were, for Vitality, so maybe he just continues this. At least for the first game anyway. Durka, though, has been making a showing with the op, and not been doing a bad job so far. Definitely be excited to see if that will come through on the defense. If it comes through on the attack, almost certainly will be once the sides switch.
Yeah, and we'll see how things will swap over. I mean, we've seen how good Yampy can be, but I'll be very real with you. I think that it's just going to be a complicated one, because sure, like, I feel like the things that are all working well for Focus on that half to give them the kind of lead that it did, leaned into that defense, right? Like, such a solid retake, them finding opening picks on the defense just by virtue of good timings. It's going to be a completely different game once they do swap sides, and especially a lot more freedom given to Yampy when he can actually, like, pick up the outlaw or the op for no real discredit to his team in terms of their entering prowess.
And that's why this double Chillus setup as well has been so strong, because you do get that capacity to still have the operator but get an entry or get a retake. You don't have to sacrifice all of that anymore. Sometimes it really was the case, especially with the operator on attack. Basically never would get run because teams were scared what if something would be lost. And what is lost is the head from Serial. Cannot be doing any of the shenanigans on the first half if he's already been taken out. Focus, though, still a lot of good control on towards this angle. A lot of excellent clearing. Pyro with the heads-up play, making sure Nest is not going to be a consideration. A 2 versus 4 retake now from Prophet and Chronicle. It's just Sheriffs. Are they in time?
At range, those Sheriffs can be fatal, but the smoke gives the coverage needed for Focus, for this not to be a worry. Upgraded pistols on everyone. If there's a good boon for those Sheriffs, is that everyone on Focus is 2 shots to the torso and they're gone. Prophet, not aware of where the first player is on the lineup. Pyro should get one for free. They even line up for him. Talk about rubbing salt to that wound as the gap widens even further to 3 rounds.
Here we see the difference, right, between Jet is very much a one-time kind of burst of speed, right? That's just a great shot from Durka. A little bit fortunate, of course. All fortunate, of course, but either way still gets the frag. The rest of this, though, was down to just Focus's determination. Focus's very much clean fundamental, sticking to all of these angles sorted. Where could Vitality be playing? And how do we best deal with it? So they get themselves on the board, they get the economy started cleanly. Sayonara, though, he wants to steal this ult orb away from them. Yampi having to take a decent chunk of damage as well. Him and Sayo both knocked underneath 40 HP before the round even really truly begins. That's a dangerous health value to be at any time, but especially with Focus's current buy.
Right here. I mean, you think about the Marshal, the Sheriff, hell, even the Ghost is good enough with 2 shots to the torso, so to make things a lot easier, Pyro just fishing around in that gambit, and if Serial is able to poke and prod, despite the B-site being the stacked one, still a universe where they can just crack it open anyways, but they walking into the Lion's Den, and right now that Lion is a Durka that opens up some space for his team. 3 kills found. Sayonara, not the healthiest, but with good timings, he would have had a much better ult this time around, though. Mostly gets the better of him.
I mean, very, very violent showcase there from Focus and Vitality. A complete bloodbath just outside of B main. You're not heartbroken, though, if you're Vitality. Okay, Yampi still has to stick with the Outlaw, just the economy not really working out for him. Everyone else, though, got those buy-ups, and the Guardians being online from the 2 remaining players of Focus, or from the 2 players of Focus that survived the engagements, it will mean that some of the players of Vitality are essentially staring down operators, are essentially staring down 2 shots instead of 3. See if those come to fruition at all. I really love, though, Focus within the first 10 seconds. You can see either Piz, Pyro, or both are like up on mid making statements.
I mean, that is the pace that we have seen. I've seen himself from like his time in UCAM. He came to Meta for a short stint with Gamax where he just literally lit the server up, and I was really surprised when nobody really picked him up. That yes, it is the era of Turkish talent in the VCT, and truth be told, BBL deserve all of their flowers. But I was just a little bit shocked that he wasn't one of the people that are picked up, because on mechanical level alone, he's super highly rated by all the high-rated players. Like, you think of a lot of the top VCT teams, top VCL teams, they rate him highly as an individual, but I guess that this is his time now with the right team, an experienced one with names like Pyro and Serial, that he can definitely try to get his best. And well, the best is happening out of Durka. This time, he's the one to find the opener, but this take is gonna soften up a little bit more as Shinnok is able to just close down the site. Sayonara is the only one being a little bit sneaky, and this one still got a making of a retake.
Yeah, 3 versus 3. The Viper wall, it's so big. It's so big as long as Serial and Chronicle are still alive. It makes things just much more brutal. And Sayonara, hearing me say that, goes, you're so right. Let's take Serial out of the equation. So no Viper's wall to protect the remaining members of Focus. They might not need it if they can just keep taking shots like that, trying to get themselves out using the Astra Star. But Chronicle sees all. Just quick, clean 2k for himself. Sayonara to take the defuse, 1 away from the Hunter's Fury. Vitality answering a little bit, but Focus seem very much on a different level right now. One could in fact say they are locked in. I'm not making that pun.
They might indeed be locked in. We'll have to wait and see though how things are gonna pan out. I mean, a couple of good shots for sure from Shinnok though in the mid round, but I feel like that timing from Sayonara, that was really the space that they needed, because he now kept them occupied at the mid doors while he's setting up the rest of his team at orange. And that meant there was really not a lot of space for them to play at in the site itself, because they lost front sight, they lost orange, there's not really that much for them to gain, and now Pace is trying to speed up the pace, but all it does is just add more to Sayonara's tallies. 2 more for the 17-year-old, playing well above his years. As he and the team now are trying to tear it up. It's 3 from Sayonara, looking for all 4. As Shinnok is next on the chopping block, not gonna even be a test for profit. It's a full house between him and Recon. And it's 2 rounds to the good from Focus.
Very solid from them. Decent way to make it back, and all off of just a very clean execute, very tight kind of retake of the space coming through. Sayonara getting that double, sure, yeah, double doors closed for maintenance. The rest of it though is just clean and pure shooting. Absolutely stunning work from him. We'll get to see the rest of it there, and then he's done his work. He's done all he needed to. Let's just let the rest of his support back him up in the form of Profit here. So now suddenly only 2 rounds away. Objects in the mirror are closer than they may appear, because this is a low buy for the side of FKS. So might as well just say it. 98.5 for Vitality thus far.
They're labeled to be the kings of Dot for a reason. They're labeled to be a super for a reason. And well, we started to see it initially. Not the worst of times. Their Vitality with their economy, and it should be a weaker round for Focus, but yet to see if that is going to affect them for the time being or not. As far as we're standing here right now, there's a real chance for a freebie for Kron. Now he's pressured, but thankfully Yampy just at the nick of time that even the Neon isn't going to be a problem. It is an eco, and it was supposed to go that way all right, but with the amount of ultimates that they had on the side of Focus, I was worried that if they got the first inch in, this would have been a very different affair.
Could have been in a different world, but it's 2 flawlesses back to back. So Vitality not only feeling comfortable about their defense, but they're feeling very clean about their economy, and they will have the ultimates to kind of back up. Their Chronicle on the 3k means that the Viper's Pit's only 3 or so ult orbs away. If there's even 1 aggressive push towards it, that could be the difference maker, because we are now 1 round away from Vitality equalizing this scoreline, potentially to start running away from it. Focus, you've got the time to stem the bleeding. The ultimates are online. You need to move now.
That they're gonna get at least Focus. Elbow seems to have been their early point of contention for the majority of those rounds, but from what we see, Vitality seems to be aware of those antics as well. Like, look at the way that Durka and Sayonara are playing together. They really want to claim one for free, and through the smoke, Durka could absolutely find the one. The Hunter's Fury not finding much of a mark. Faye just proven to be too elusive of the top. And now Vitality down on ultimate, and still 3 present for Focus.
It's a big ultimate to lose, especially because now Focus don't have to worry about that. Whenever the execute comes through, sometimes the Hunter's Fury is excellent just at the idea of just putting it there as an additional factor that Focus have to deal with. So the fact it's out of there, the fact this Dimensional Drift can just be a little bit cheekier, the Cosmic Divide. I was going to say we might see the Dimensional Drift step out at the box, because it would definite Pyro, though, playing a lot more patiently than I was initially giving him credit for. The spike already down means Vitality have to do 5 versus 5 retake here. And you don't have Shinnok there set in the back line here. Mulsey instead taking up that position, and so the Hunter's Fury not being played off of. It's going to be used proactively, used to slow down to prevent this regress back onto the site. Durka, though, he's got moves of his own, he stays up.
Still alive, but time is of the essence. It's already more than halfway down, and Focus holding down that line pretty well. The backside is theirs. Only Durka and Sayonara to find anything for the team, and it might be too little too late. Yampy on 25 points of health, and in that 1v2, just the fact that Molsey is alive is enough to win over Focus. They're the first to double digits. The economy still in a great position for Vitality, but they're not going to be worried about cash. They're going to be worried about getting wins on the board.
Yeah, once double digits is hit, especially just by the way Focus were playing, especially the way Abyss was going, it looked so dominant, such a clean statement from Vitality. This time, though, not as confident. Initially started as much. Focus, though, very much locking in, very much realizing that we don't have to give the same respect to Vitality that we did on Abyss. It is just a name at the end of the day. It is just another team that we have to face. So you cannot let that be a factor. The Viper line up to make sure that the top of Nest, the top of mid is not a concern. Durka tries to steal a frag away. Has to dash away the Astra Star. Just too solid of a coverage option. Knocks Durka back onto mid. Nothing there, but the timing on elbow from Pyro with the flash. It's good, it does hit him, but it just forces the disengage. Nothing further yet.
And further information where the operator is playing from. It's such a good thing for Focus, and I can tell that they're shifting their presence away from the op for now, waiting to see if Durka is going to present the duel. Not that they're going to be forcing the issue into him, at least initially. With a flash, they can burst onto him here close on elbow.
Doesn't look like they're going to, though. Oh, the movement, the neon, the dash, and he's chasing after you. Durka's not getting away with that. He tries to go to the support from Chronicle, which is at least able to work out, gets himself one. Chronicle with the information, gets the tag, swings back in, fully confident in his ability to take that fight, and suddenly 30 seconds left. Potentially the first time we really see this timer be a problem for Focus, because they don't have as much of the site control as they think. Yampy's just standing there on Pyramid, waiting to receive Chinook. Arms are going to be open. Yes, Serial, great frag, but it's the wrong one you're paying attention to. 13 seconds to kill Yampy, pick up the spike and plant it. Not going to be the case, especially if the gunfight doesn't go your way. Mulsey, suddenly realizing the battlefield has gone silent, finds Sayonara and says exactly that, just to try and save the gun. Vitality 1 round away from equalizing, and Focus don't have anything to worry about just yet. But of course, the closer this object gets in the mirror, the more concerned they might be.
I mean, that object is pretty much running a crash course right now. Just one round away, and you consider the economy of Focus. They're pretty much, I think, gonna tie this game. I think that the economy is broken outside of the operator, so let's Focus in a bit of an awkward position. We have seen pistols won by either team before, but this is too tall of an order, even for a player with the mechanical prowess of Taze. I think we really need Pyro to make something happen. That's why you can tell, like, he's fishing so aggressively up middle. He's trying to see if he can find a chance on Profit, but I love that aggression from Vitality. They know that the operator is the one that needs to find the value, and that off angle from Profit should net him a kill with ease.
Oh, it does exactly that. That's such a deep angle, and that makes life so hard there. Yampy not getting spotted, actually. The footsteps just not going to be enough. The one way not going to do him the favor. Pays saves the operator, though, and off the back of Pyro's info, knows where he should be aiming. You're only going to get one with that type of angle. The spike, though. The spike, guys. You've made all of this hard work, and Yoru with the dimensional drift. Okay, Yampy just comes out in front of Chinook, and Chinook very happy to greet him. Takes the kill for free. Does pick up the gun. Apologies. So the spike now going to come onto the A site for free. And honestly, if this goes the way of Focus, I'm staring at Yampy and asking what that decision was.
I don't think he sees that far. That's a real problem with the Yampy's ultimate there, with the dimensional drift. But Durka, that's eagle vision right there. Straight shot from him, but he needs the support of his teammate Sayonara. Can he step up to the platter with his necessary? Is the IGL against the world? Not really doubted for his frag and Mulsey. And he's gonna be outshot and out-aimed. And now the object in the mirror is running back into your bumper. And there's no real where for Focus to go. They got 2 ultimate CS. But in terms of the ultimate cycling, I think that this Viper split is gonna prove much more of a nuisance than either that attacking pit, which is conditional you getting in the site, or even the lightning gun from Pace with the overdrive.
This is the big moment as well. The timeout does come through. At least I would certainly hope it is the timeout here. Focus not opting for theirs yet, and you would have to think, right? It is their first one, precisely going to be the case. A little bit late, but to be fair to Focus, this last half has been going their way. The first team to get double digits. It has just been Vitality really bearing the brunt of this storm, forcing their way back on to the scoreline with very shaky kind of moments. Especially there, Durka getting rushed down. Chronicle, though, as much of an anchor as he has ever needed to be. And this from Yampi here, the positioning just being as good as it was. Seems like some of these rounds really are just being stolen from under the noses of Focus. And that could be their detriment. That could actually be the downfall, as these micro decisions really come into fruition.
Yeah, and I mean, we've seen that micro decision there from Vitality. The play between Profik and Yampi on that side, that was just such an important one, really, for the way that they were approaching that entire round. Because if the AWP found the first kill, that would have been a piece of the domino falling. That might have actually been game over for Vitality. Now they got the funds. It's weak money, though, for Focus if they do end up losing. So it is all about finding the win here. It's do or die for the attack. Focus on the right foot. Space finds a clear opener. And Durka got a shorty. Up close and personal needs to be the one to make the magic happen, but nothing will get to case the Vitality. It's Sayonara and Profik in a 2-on-4, and while he is at window, Profik now stared at by multiple players. Just peeking is a fool's errand in itself, even if there is one occupied with a spike, but he's gonna wait for Sayonara. And the two of them playing the angle together, Spot and Shinnok to be the first piece on the platter, and now it becomes a 2-on-3. This could become a real possibility. Sayonara got the drone as well, and they spot the one on the right side. That could have been great, but they don't see the first player in. The paranoia gives them more space, and Sayonara in the cubby. Profik, we've seen him come close before. This is his time to shine, but instead the high-low proving too much to deal with. And Focus gonna keep this game within reach. 2 more for the VCL team to force a map 3.
From the shadows, the idea to take window, I do not hate it. In fact, I do actually quite love it. But if you do notice, Profik looks at Sayonara there, and they kind of realize that with both of them at this angle, with both of them kind of committing to this flank, it's what can you really do here? They get that really nice angle on the Shinnok, just a bit of an oversight on Shinnok's positioning, but once you've made the kind of opposing team aware that both of you are on that angle, the Viper's Pit, as we've seen, it just gets put through. Just gets the value for Serial here. So one more ultimate online. It's a big one, though. If this post plant goes the way of Focus, the Hunter's Fury is the make or break. Vitality certainly should have that awareness. They're not deciding to pop the Viper's Pit yet from Chronicle. Remains to be seen if he goes for it in this round at all.
He want Durka to have that duel, but he doesn't get a freebie. Instead, he drops right into the embrace of the Yoru, and only Shinnok to find any value for Focus. Well, that is a statement and a half. And now Mosi left to get in the clutch, and just like before, not going to be up to the task.
Shinnok even trying the Hunter's Fury, that kind of more proactive one. We talked about it earlier in the set, but the rest of the team kind of already fell. We'll get to have a look and see from Durka's perspective. That standing on the wall is just perfect. Gets the flash turned, doesn't get checked by Pays, and then just falls. And with the Yoru clone there, he checks behind him, sees the angle, and it's just left to Mulsi all on his own. So the fact there's a Hunter's Fury now already out of the way, every ultimate at this stage, assuming it's either overtime or it's end game. So these are use it or lose it. Chronicle really wanting to play around with this ultimate, with this Viper's Pit. And from the low buy from Focus here, they seem willing to take this to overtime. A big gambit, though, it needs to pay off.
They're trying to force the matter towards the A side to open up the space for Mulsi. He's slowly working his way down from the window. You don't need to drop if you're that far back. You know, you need to be aggressive into main to actually either see or hear that drop. But now that Pyro can get the early information. They can see the player up top, and it's not going to be an easy one for Durka to play for sure. The arrow comes in. He immediately breaks it off, and somehow Durka! He comes up clutch. That is a man that is rolling back the years. And now Hank Kron. It's a dynamic duo that have won so many championships, that have been in the folklore of EMEA, that is being broken down by Focus, Shinnok and Serial. Probably the two best players for a clutch. Significant damage onto Yampi. But it's all in the hands of Shinnok. Match point looming. And it might just be game over. No space, no chance. The 1v1 that's given, but even that is not gonna be there for Shinnok. Seems like the curse of Johnny Cage is gonna strike him again, as he cannot get over the green stuff. And the defense solid in their way as they get to match point.
This is what Focus played for, though, right? They played for this buy. They played specifically understanding the Vitality were likely going to get to their 12th round, but they still have the Viper's Pit online that Chronicle can essentially pop whenever he wants. Bladestorm as well to make Durka just that more of a nightmare to hit. I would not be shocked if we see the Viper's Pit come down pretty quickly. Chronicle, though, been very good at playing the ultimate patiently. Very good at kind of responding to what the situation is giving him and then making the Viper's Pit work off of that. It's not just an immediate press of the button, but Yampi's given all the space. That push up means Serial falls, and Pies kind of has to wonder how he let his teammate fall, especially if he swings into Prophet here. The Paranoia comes through for the disengage, but you've still got a big player down in Serial. That actually may spell the end of the round before it ever began.
Call that man a carpenter, how he's just stucking in those nails in that coffin. One by one they're put. The final four remain, and Yampi this time with the sniper. That's the drone out of commission. The rest of the team still looking for their chance, but great timing for Pace to maybe make something happen for the team, but it's perfect timing for Durka. Now at least three more on that line. Kron, perfect patience. One more that's already wounded from the Viper's Pit. And it's all in the hands of Mosi. This time around, he needs to come up clutch. No two ways about it. And he's going to be overwhelmed. Durka to land straight on top of that smoke. No two ways for the Astra to crash and burn this party. That one was a labored game. That map was such a close one. But at the end of the day, Vitality will reign supreme.
Don't they just? And a big shout out there, a big credit to Chronicle, honestly, both in terms of his performance on Harbor and Abyss, and then his performance on Viper. No hesitation, really excellent use of the Viper's Pit. Let Focus onto site, then play the post plant around the Viper's Pit, force them to consider that extra angle rather than just drop it like in the B main arch at the start of the round. Incredible heads up play just to make life a little bit more difficult for the opposition. And I have to say, Vol, I think that's exactly how Focus felt. That was difficult for them.
Yeah, especially in the last two rounds. It's not like they found an in to stay in the game, and credit is due to Focus. They did really well with the amount of space that they have had, but I feel like, just like the last game, outside of when Pace finds something match, or Pyro finds Pace, it just becomes increasingly more and more difficult, especially with a team like Vitality. All in the games they did, trying to cut off his space from underneath the team.
Yeah, they really did. And for a deeper dive, of course, you know who it is. It's Kim and Jude to take over from us, not just for the day, or not just for this series, but for the entire day. Both series are over. Let's go to the analysts for the big results.
Thank you very much, Dante and Vol, for the entertainment for during all this, all the night. Crazy encounters that we've seen again. Focus brought out the big guns, but it was still not enough to take down the monsters from Vitality. In the end, they managed to take the win.
Yeah, they did. Honestly, it was such a good map to watch, and it was such good gameplay from both teams. I want to talk about Focus a little bit and what happened. Basically, what happened on defense is that they were playing too passive at the start, and then they started gathering info, playing a little bit aggressive, and giving themselves the chance to take those risks, those necessary risks, in order to get the duels, in order to get early round picks, and that made a huge difference on their defense. Meanwhile, in the other half, Vitality looked a little bit shaky. Durka had the op. It wasn't, to be honest, as effective. And then somehow Vitality switched up the op to Yampi, allowing Durka to hold positions, to hold site entering in flood-ins. And we saw effective defense from Vitality that allowed them basically to get the win. But it was such a close map. It was good gameplay from Focus. I loved the versatile gameplay that they did. I loved their adaptation. But unfortunately, it was just hard at the end after Vitality kind of switched up their positions.
If you look at what happened on the attack side of Focus, actually, they got the pistol in the second round, but then the 2 rounds that they win after that, they used at least 2 ultimates. So it was very close. I remember there was one with only Mossy alive at the end, where they used the Hunter's Fury, the Cosmic Divide, so many utils that you need to invest, and the second one that they get is the same. They use several ultimates. So yes, I completely agree. The defense from Vitality was on point on this breeze. Nothing could enter. It was impossible for Focus, but they really played very well. I appreciate what they did. I appreciate the effort, I appreciate the energy, the clip that we just seen. I think it's so good game sense, because he hears the drone, so he knows he has to dash because he's gonna die anyway, so at least take one with him. It was very good. We had a lot of very close round, so props to Focus. I was a bit rooting for them to bring us to a third map because they deserve it, but Vitality managed to stay strong, and being the good team that we know they are, they take the win.
Yeah, but it was nice to see Focus adapting really well and changing up their pace, changing the tempo in the game, and learning how to play different playstyles and different structure that we've seen with them. It was not the same as we've seen on the first map. There was a lot of switch up during the defense and both during the attack. So, but after all, I feel like this was a really experience-based kind of thing that Focus just lacked a little bit. It's not even by much, it's just a little bit. That Yampi had the call on switching up positions, and it allowed them to win a lot of rounds with Durka. And let's not forget Profix kill over here. They just had some positioning that allowed them to get picks when they were flooding in.
Let's also highlight on the defense side of Focus how good Serial was. He really opened the space for Focus. He had so many multi-kill. It was such a pain for Vitality. It really played very well. I think the player that he's on Viper is always so good.
Yeah, that is true. He had quite an impact on defense, and overall, to be honest, props to Serial. But apart from that, I loved how they played retake on the game. They were just on point with their retake. They had the rounds where they were playing aggressive. They knew when to stop. They knew when to retake. Props to them for both their defense and their attack. As we see here, I mean, my eyes constantly were on Sayonara, even though, of course, Chronicle did one of the star players, one of the best players in Tier 1. You can't deny his impact throughout the game.
Definitely not. It's been amazing. As I said, the player that is on Viper, obviously amazing. As always, Chronicle is a star, I think, in VCT EMEA, one of the best players overall. And definitely is going to bring a lot to Vitality. I cannot wait to see more of their season. And it's interesting that you speak about their retake from the side of Focus, because I actually noticed the exact same thing. Vitality did plant the spike a lot of times, but Focus always managed to come back and take the side back. They were so clean, so well organized, took so many took control of so many entry points, really surprised also Vitality with the rhythm that they impose. It was very, very well done on their side.
Yeah, that is true. And let's not forget how they properly executed the retake. I mean, they caught Yampi when he was trying to ult, and they pushed up main. Really, the whole thing around their retakes was perfect for me. Picture perfect, to be honest.
Completely. A very, very impressive matchup. Pace also was very good on his neon. I think it was maybe not as impactful like the only star player, because we talked about Serial, for example. There were other players that did very good plays during the map, but it was really impactful. I think this is very good sign from Focus, and definitely we're going to see them in other inter-region events, that's for sure, because this roster is really a banger.
That is true. I can't wait for them to learn from this series. I mean, to be honest, after all, Vitality is one of the teams that are really strong and known, so it's hard for them to kind of expect them to overperform or win the series. But after all, I'm actually really surprised, and I feel like they could progress a lot after this match, especially.
I think we're going to see a lot more of them, and now that they lost, I think they're switching brackets. Both of the team actually, I think, are switching brackets, so we're going to see them against. I think we're going to see the bracket a little bit later, so maybe we'll talk about this next. But yes, I think no matter who they are against, definitely the opponents must be a bit scared, because Focus has a lot to offer. I think we've seen almost all the challengers team now. I think we haven't seen UCAM and Enterprise, but the four of them, I think Focus is one of the main contestants.
That is true. Focus has a very scary underdog, and they're really, really structured, and I've seen them switching. The team that switches up plays like that is quite a scary team. The team that has the ability to shake the other team. I mean, we've seen them winning 6 rounds in a row on defense. They played it really well, and it was quite hard for Vitality to predict them at sometimes. So they have a lot of potential, and they are one of the teams that I am keeping an eye on throughout this clash, because I think they're going to surprise us with even better plays next time.
And talking about keeping an eye on, we have an interview with the amazing Chronicle.
Hello,
Chronicle.
Hello.
Thank you so much for being here with us. How are you feeling after this win?
I think pretty good. Shortly, we were testing a lot of stuff. We kind of changed our approach coming to this match, and overall how we're gonna play the game. Like doing some experiments, and for now, it's going pretty well. So yeah.
Do you think, how was the process of playing Harbor, and do you think you might play him even more in the future? Or was that a one-time thing?
Honestly, that's kind of a part of approach, so I'm not really sure how long I'm gonna stick to Harbor, but today it was kind of funny. I mean, honestly, the Harbor is kind of interesting agent, while obviously he still is questionable, especially for community, who thinks, for example, that he is even weaker than before. For me, like especially on Abyss, I felt like he's quite strong, and like he's really annoying to play against, especially when you're like just seeing him for the first time. Like every time we tested it, it was pretty interesting, and people weren't ready for something that, for example, Harbor could afford and like just offer to the enemies.
It's very interesting to see you guys try new meta on this tournament. We've also seen the same thing from Giantx before. So very props to you to try and show us a new way to play this map. Another question that we have is, so Yampi is switching back to playing a lot of Yoru, and he was initially playing Initiator. What is the thinking? What is the organization between the team, especially with Sayonara coming in very soon?
I think, again, that's kind of us not having a lot of time to discuss and decide like what will be the future for Yampi being on Duelist, or Sayonara sticking to like some other roles as well. So we were just like making, for example, new ideas and maybe also new strats, like kind of on the same time. Like we were doing a lot of improvisation throughout like both maps we played right now even, and also like when we practiced it, for example, yesterday as well. Why not? Yeah, I mean, right now we're gonna see obviously more Yampi Yoru, but in the future, who knows what's gonna happen. And honestly, he plays so good. So maybe we should actually keep him there, like, and let him enjoy like those easy frags on Yoru, farming people, and yeah, that's it.
I agree with you. It was amazing on the Yoru, and I hope we see more of that. But obviously, I will follow what you guys decide to do. One last question, maybe for you before we part ways, is what is your mindset coming into EMEA Clash? What is the goal of going through this tournament for you? Is this to try new things? Is this for the show? Is this an opportunity to learn new things and to practice?
As I said before, experimenting. This tournament gives us an opportunity to test some unique stuff, like some unique approaches to the game that we couldn't really properly find out in the past. Yeah, I mean, for me, I would say that's a good start for us. And also, like, it gives us some hopes that we can actually get a lot of great information for ourselves, like, for example, for preparing for stage 1. And obviously, while we're also looking to maybe win this tournament, we should still prioritize kind of our long-term success. So yeah, kind of, that's our goal.
Perfect. Thank you very much for being here with us, Chronicle. I wish you the best for this tournament and for the rest of the season. We really think that there is a lot of potential in your roster, so good luck to you and have a good night.
Thank you, and good night as well.
And we're back. So good to have Chronicle there. I think it was interesting. I was wanting to ask the question about what do you think going into EMEA Clash when you're a VCT EMEA team, because I think it's very, for us it's obvious, it's the show, it's amazing storylines, it's great Clash, but when you're a VCT EMEA team, what are you getting from this? So it was very interesting to have his opinion on this.
Yeah, definitely. And the thing that we're seeing from VCT EMEA teams, I mean, they are changing their compositions. Some of them are switching up agent pool, and some players are actually subbing. So it's quite interesting to see the different things that we currently are seeing or saw during the kickoff, and from other teams, from challenges as well.
Yes, and I think we're going to see much more in the next days between new encounters, new clashes, and you can see the brackets. So we talked a little bit about what happened. Wolf actually won against Navy. There is some switch there in the brackets. I think we are switching if they lose, but if they win, it's also, sorry, the bracket is. I'm getting lost. Just. Yes, I think I don't know exactly who is gonna meet who. I think Ulf is gonna go against Time Vitality. This is very interesting. So yes, so Ulf kept in the Omega bracket and Vitality switched even if they win. I'm really looking forward to see this, because Ulf actually won against Navi in a pretty straightforward way. So this is gonna be a new challenge for Vitality.
It is gonna be a challenge for Vitality. I mean, they're both probably face each other, so it's a rematch of some sort level. I'm quite interested in who's gonna face Giant X. It's currently playing KC and Foot. It's 1-0, so I want to see who wins and who goes up against Giant X, because the Giant X that we saw today is quite scary.
Yes, I think it could be very, very interesting no matter who goes there. I think for now, KC has won the first map, but the second map, it just ended. So it's actually Foot Esport who won, so there's going to be a third map for this matchup. So if you want to see it, it's on the Challengers Turkey, and you can go and watch there. For us, tomorrow we will have two matches. So Navy, UKM, Stallions against Job Life. Oh, this is going to be a very interesting challenger encounter, definitely. We have obviously the loser of a KC Foot that is going to go against Enterprise Sport, and Focus against Besiktas. What are you most looking for?
As I said, I'm looking forward for the GX map and the GX game, because the GX showed up today and they were playing with Westside being Euro. That was the highlight of today for me, and I'm really looking forward for more Euro from him. He really shined today, and I expect him to do the same thing next matches.
It's going to be very interesting. I really Can't wait to see more Tier 1 against Tier 2. This is really peak entertainment, but also very interesting because it pushes Challengers team to go and give the best. And also the VCT EMEA are trying new things, so we see some change in the meta. So overall, very, very interesting games. We have something to do before this is the end of the stream, and it's to see who won the second clash. So we had 2 plays previously. Let's see who you elected. And it looks like it's Ulf Esports. I'm sorry, my brain doesn't remember what play it was. Do you remember, Jude?
I actually don't. I was too focused on the game. It literally vanished from my head.
We've saw too much Valorant today. I think it was some kind of clutch, but maybe I'm confusing with focus. But congrats to Ulf. They're gonna face a Giantex pretty soon. I think we're gonna go to the left of the bracket tomorrow, so we will probably see Vitality and UCAM Carmine Foot. But let's see what happens tomorrow. We will have a lot more new highlight plays for you, and we will see again UCAM and Foot that we previously seen. Any final word? Yeah?
I just wanted to ask you today, which part of the gameplays that you saw that was quite interesting to you?
I think I was really impressed with the way Focus played against Vitality. For me, this was one of the highlights of the day, definitely, because it was very impressive. I was literally surprised by how well they played the Breeze, and quite disappointed that they didn't manage to carry that onto the attack side and push us to a third map. But yeah, this was very good. I think they really went from okay on Abyss to really good on Breeze, and if there had been a third map, then maybe it would have been even better.
It's true. I've seen Focus being a completely different team, and from the first map that they played, and I'm hoping that next time they're gonna be able to do a lot better and adapt really fast from the first map, because that slow starter might hinder them in the future.
With that said, it's time to end the day, an amazing day of Valorant that we shared together. We had so many good games and good plays from all the players, from Challengers and VCT EMEA. So clock in tomorrow at the same time, 7 p.m. CET or GMT +1, to see even more from EMEA Clash. It has been a pleasure to share the desk with you, Jude. Have a good night. Have a good night, the viewers. Thank you to everyone on the production team. It was a pleasure to see you today.
Nothing was meant to meet. Distance kept things apart. This is the moment where everything shifts. What are you afraid of?
at the world from the eye of the Horus. If you Alexander the Great, then I am the Porus. Coming straight from the mud like I am a Lotus. So हाथियों का बल कैसे सकेगा तू मुझे रोका? देख तू कैसे मैं लड़ूं, तुम लोगों से ऐसे मैं डरूं. तरूं मैं जिससे मैं तरुण, पानी पे चलूं मैं जिससे मैं वरुण. चाहे मैं जीऊं या मरूं, जो करना चाहूं मैं वही तो करूं. आता है तू ना करीब, तू बेटी चीप, जब तक कटे ना तेरी ये जीप. Better believe, you're gonna bleed, pick up a seat, get your team. I'm the king of kings, brother in arms in a battle. You all gonna die if you act like a vandal. Bring the realms to reality from every angle. This is the public service announcement from Mumbai to the rest of the world. I am a Raja. I am the Raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना, तू मेरी तरफ आना. आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाजाना. ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना. 'Cause I am the Raja. 'Cause I am the Raja. Look at my eyes, what do you see? I'm more than average, man. I'm a maverick, I can grow flowers on a barren land. Break a mountain with my bare hands and step back and cause a literal avalanche. Should've been about us traveling. अष्ट भुजाएं मेरी जैसा मैं टरेंचुला. ना है कोई तोड़ मेरा जब से पूर्वजों का ज्ञान मिला. मेरे जैसा मिलेगा कोई ना तू और चाहे जो भी था सती कबर मैंने खो दिया. तुम लगाओगे बोलियां कम पड़े गोलियां. चंद्रगुप्त में मौर्य या दिला तू लोरिया. Come to me and you just gonna die. That's really a given. I am invincible and you are invisible. See, that's really a difference. Get out of my way, I'll leave the world. The choice is yours. I don't kill my enemies, I play with them. That's what the toys are for. From Mumbai to the rest of the world, I am the Raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना, तू मेरी तरफ आना. आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाजाना. ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना. 'Cause I am the Raja. 'Cause I am